Okay, we're going to call this meeting to order. It's a regular scheduled meeting for the Mandan Park District, Monday, October 14th. The first item on the agenda tonight is the approval of the minutes.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to the next item under unfinished business. Item number 1 is update on the Fort Lincoln fast pitch field improvements. Dave?
Commissioners, good evening. For the past year, we've been working on with the Mandan Public Schools a girls' fast pitch field at Fort Lincoln, which used to be a baseball field. Now it's turned into a fast pitch field. The progress has been going well since about August. They didn't get too much this summer because the contractors were behind schedule a little bit. But the fence is in, all the fencing is in, all the egg line's in, everything is done. The concrete work, most of that's done. We're just waiting on a few of the dugouts, the press box, the scoreboard. So we're just kind of waiting on that. But it will be playable by next spring, which is great for the high school and for our summer program. So as far as the dollar amounts, we're still looking at that $75,000 for the park board, matching with the $75,000 from the school district and the $25,000 from the Mandan baseball boosters. So that's still what the plan is for that. I'll take any questions you have at this time about the facility.
Just real quick, Dave. There's dugouts. Are those similar to the Little League fields?
They'll be exactly the same look, but a
Okay.
little smaller.
A little smaller?
Yep.
Okay. And then we'll have the scoreboard that's
The
there
scoreboard's
today?
already here. It's just that Indigo Signs will be putting it up this fall.
Okay.
So
All right.
Laurel got that. I think Seven Seas was a sponsor on that
Okay.
scoreboard. So
And then you said there's a press box or,
yeah, there'll be a press box with a little storage underneath for like the field, maybe for a drag, for chalk, for rakes, those types of things. So.
okay, and where is that going to be located at?
The press box will be on the, I want to say the west side of over there, Mike, and facing east,
Okay,
over by the west side, by the dugout on the on the third base line.
third baseline.
I believe that's where it's going to be. So if you get a chance, go out there. It looks really nice. I mean, all brand new fencing, all concrete walkways coming from the parking lot into the complex and stuff. So, and then there's a concrete batting cage out there that they poured, so that'll be put up too. So,
And seating is chair seating probably right now?
yeah, we'll probably put a couple rows of bleachers out there.
Okay.
A couple 4 or 5 row bleachers, I would say. Talking with Ryan at the school, we'll find something within the park district or the school district for that.
Okay.
So.
I have a question. So do you have games lined up then that will be scheduled for next year out there?
Yeah, Laurel, there'll be varsity games played out there, and then his JV more than likely will be playing games at Red Trail. And then we'll play all our summer stuff, all the summer fast pitch we played at Fort Lincoln
Okay.
for the months of May, June, and July. So,
It does look good. I went out by there.
yeah, it does.
Any questions or comments for Dave? You don't, it's just more informational for
More
us
information,
tonight.
yeah, just to let you guys know
Okay.
how the progress is coming and those
Okay.
types of things, so.
All right. Okay, thanks, Dave. Might as well stay up there for
Yep.
item number 1 under new business for the Kiwanis donation for the youth baseball program.
Commissioners, tonight we have Wilfred Valesky and Diane Lillis from the Mandan Kiwanis here to present the check for Mandan Youth Baseball. Every year they present us with a donation from the money they raised selling sponsorships and those types of things. So I'd like to welcome Wilfred Valesky and Diane Lillis from the Kiwanis.
Thank you, Dave. President Aarons and committee members, I guess I want to start out by saying and not going to my original purpose, but just saying a thank you to the Park District for the use of the facilities that we have had for many, many years. And what I'm talking about is the Mandan Municipal Golf Course for the cross-country meet that we have, boys and girls cross-country meet that we have each year. Certainly the baseball diamonds for our youth baseball program, and then the use of the golf well, I can't even think of the name of it right now, Prairie West Golf Course for our tournament that we have each year. This year, it just so happened that Dave asked for rain on the day we were supposed to have it, the Saturday, so we had to move it over a Friday. Yet, in spite of that, we made more money this year on that event than we've made in a long, long time. So, for our purpose here today, Diane Lillis, who is the chairman of the Youth Services Committee, and I am now past president of the Mandan Kiwanis, would like to present to you a check for $6,800 for the youth baseball program. The Mandan Kiwanis has been an active participant in the youth baseball program for over 60 years, and we're very pleased to present this to you today, and I believe that presentation takes place to you, Dave. So.
Thank you, Dave. Here's your check.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just a special thanks to the Mandan Kiwanis for donating to Mandan baseball. Thank you.
Yep, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Nowadays, you can deposit it right through the ATM, but I don't think that one will fit. Yeah, so, but thanks you guys for that, yep. Kiwanis has been a big part of just not only baseball, but as you said, cross-country and golf and all that stuff, and especially active in our youth activities, and sometimes it may seem when you're on those committees that it goes unnoticed, but it doesn't, and it's much appreciated from all the parents, so thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 2 under new business, 2014 Summer Recreation Annual Report.
Commissioners, in front of you, we have the summer numbers for 2014. I included this year the past 6 years of what we have for the youth and adult programs in the summertime, which would be baseball, sand volleyball, track field, the summer MAC program, which is our daycare program, tennis, and then arts and crafts. So if you want to go through those briefly, the numbers over the last 6 years in general, I mean, they haven't changed a ton. They're up, they're down. I mean, they're across the board, they're very steady numbers in each program. Our biggest probably growth program would probably be the summer MAC program. And that's been taken off for the last, 3 or 4 years. We just, gone from, 100 kids to 160 kids this past year. So, I mean, that program is huge. It's, right now we're serving about 165 kids in the after-school program too. So, I mean, and we still have about 20 or 30 kids on the waiting list, just trying to get them in. But, that program's been a huge asset to the Park District, and with Kara running it, and now with Nikki running it, they've done a great job with it. So, but the numbers, I mean, overall, I mean, arts and crafts have gone up too. But that's just with changing the style, or more programs offered, in the summertime and those types of things. I'll take any questions you have with the numbers. We can, if you have any questions on those.
Do we gain any schools this year for summer MAC?
Yep, Red Trail.
Red Trail, okay.
Yep, we have Red Trail. We have 35 kids there right now.
Okay.
That's the one that has the waiting list. We're trying to kind of open that school slowly, not throw 65 kids in there and just so it's a fiasco. So we're trying to open it and probably get to that 60 mark at some point. But right now we're at 35. So.
Okay.
And the other schools are Roosevelt and?
Lewis and Clark. Lewis and Clark and Roosevelt. Lewis and Clark has 65 kids, and Roosevelt has 55 kids.
Okay.
Are you seeing that program going up because of the problems with the daycare? Is that, or is that what? shortage of daycare around here, or? They're older
The school
kids?
year is convenience factors for parents because most of them can't pick their kids up until 5 o'clock or right around there, so kids can just stay there. It's mostly a program for kindergarten through probably third or fourth grade. Once they hit that fourth grade, most of them, I mean, we don't see a ton of fourth graders there. But yeah, it's more convenience for that. And in the summertime, if they want their kids to, be involved in activities, that's a great program for them because we bus them to baseball, track, tennis, all those things for those kids to be in, and it's reasonably priced too. For a full-fledged daycare with snacks and meals and everything, I mean, it's very reasonable, so.
And I think if I remember right, the summer program is a little more structured too, right? They do some projects and, because I know my kids were always like, Dad, I'm supposed to be having fun.
Yeah, I mean, the summer program does have, I mean, outside if they're not signed up for programs, there's structure in the classroom. It's a classroom setting, with 2 teachers, teacher and assistant, 25 kids in each classroom. So, I mean, it's more like a class.
Yep.
But, they get to do fun stuff too.
Yeah. No, yeah. As parents, you love it. I guess as kids, they just want to play outside all
Right,
day.
exactly.
So, yeah. Yep. Any questions? Or you got more on that?
No, I was just say overall, I mean, everything's great. I mean, we've added some new staff this last year. Kelly Churchill, she came on. She's working in the marketing and she's doing some rec stuff for me. And then Nikki Scher, who just started in May, she is the MAC supervisor or person, and she takes care of all that. So she's just got back from maternity leave, and I'm really glad to have her back.
Yeah.
So, but that's, if you have any questions, that's it for the summer. We'll be presenting the overall recreation in this winter, so.
Any questions for Dave? Okay, thanks,
Thanks.
Dave. All right, Kara's first annual Raging River report. So welcome.
Well, thank you, Commissioners, for having me this evening to tell you more about the tough summer we really did have for Raging Rivers. I tried to be optimistic all summer long that next week will be better. Next week the sun will shine more and we'll have more people here. But if you took some time to look at those slides that I put together for you, the first one was on the weather trends, and we were substantially below what the normal high is supposed to be. So that red line really told you exactly where our temps were supposed to be, and we just weren't there. Comparing all of the notes that Reed had put together over the years to what happened this year, attendance correlates directly with temperature. And if we don't have those 90-degree days, we're not busy. And kind of knowing that, you can see when you get into the slide about labor costs, I only spent $84,000 in labor costs this year when we normally spend, over $100,000, $127,000, $135,000. And I sent staff home. I just tried to be as lean as possible to knowing that we weren't going to have that income like we normally do each year. So dollars-wise, you can see there that we were, low in the amount of attendance. Some glare on my screen here. We were only at $401,000 for daily gate and membership membership dollars, where we're normally right about that $500,000 mark. So it was about $100,000 short there. But when you look at the temperature-wise, we had 6 days over 90 degrees, and that really affected us poorly. The last year in 13, we had 15 days that were 90 plus. 2009 was the next worst year compared to this year, and we were sitting with 5 90-plus days at that point. So it really had to do with the temperature. I tried my best to get everything marketed out there. I think we spent the most in advertising dollars this year than we have in a long time, between KX News, out to Fargo, down to Mobridge, up to Minot. We got a lot of coverage that way, but the weather just wasn't there to pull the people in. So that was a struggle for me. Utility costs, you can see those are pretty much about the same across the board. Looks like I'm missing one electric bill in there yet, but, so that'll change one more time here yet. But I guess bottom line, it just was a tough summer. I'll entertain any questions you guys have for me.
Well, you'd hate to say that was probably, or hopefully the worst summer we'll get, but we know we live in North Dakota. But overall, considering, the weather, it seemed like it warmed up as soon as kids started going back to school, which is, at that point, we're just too short-staffed. But when you look at it overall, when you can break even on a bad summer, that's pretty good. Because ultimately, that's our programs, is we want them to pay for themselves, so.
And that's, definitely what I strove for. Looking through some information, they say that this is the 25th coldest year since they began collecting information back in 1895. So it's pretty bad as far as that goes. But I'm looking forward to next year, definitely. Kelly and I have been putting our heads together for some marketing strategies, doing a lot more with our social media. We have over 3,000 likes on our Facebook page, so getting information out to those guys, trying to push deals that way with them, as well as on our website, to get more business and drive more pre-purchases of tickets and things through the VSI program. And that alone has been a huge savings. I'm sure Heidi didn't have to see it with the old system, but those folks in accounting were counting money and going through receipts and sorting and shuffling. And most days you guys had all of my weekend bills wrapped up by 3 p.m. on Monday. So it saved them a ton of time and made really good data on my side too. I know what sold, I know what doesn't sell, and it gave me a really clear picture of how much product to have on hand so that I'm not, for next year, having a whole bunch of leftovers sitting at the water park that need to get sold somehow. So that'll be definitely helpful.
Do you want to give us an update on just
The
whole
construction?
remodeling project going on there?
Yep. Right now, they've got everything sandblasted that needs to be sandblasted out. So the river and the kiddie pool area are all sandblasted. We don't have enough temperature-wise days to do all the caulking, as far as I understand at this point. So most likely looking at the caulking and the painting of that to be done next spring. And then the refurbishment of the slides has not happened yet. We just got paint samples on Friday for the new play package that'll be installed, and we're working on doing some tweaks from their just standardized color scheme there, so that we can incorporate all the colors that we want to flow through the park. On top of that, I've been addressing all of the signage that's throughout the park. It hasn't been changed since we came in 2009, so I wanted to redo all of the slide rule banners, all those items throughout the park, so that they all look fresh and clean. So when everyone walks in first day next June, it's going to look like a brand new water park.
So you're doing the canopies and all that too, right?
The canopies were actually replaced not very long ago, so those shade structures I didn't plan to touch, but all of the umbrellas that are over top of the picnic tables, putting up new signage at the concessions, like anything that you could tell that has been stickers peeled off and reinstalled over the years, it's all disappearing and new product will be put up there. So everything's fresh.
Look nice and new and bright.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think we found out that at the bottom of the slides that there was a leak. Is that correct?
Yes, in the return line out for the slides, there was a leak in the pipe. It appears that water had been held up in there over the winter, and it is leaked all summer long. But it wasn't a big enough leak to cause to where the park wouldn't function. So this fall now we had them camera it, and there was a large break in the line due to frost. So they dug that all up and repaired that piece, and that should be, I think almost every line has been relined out there now, so special thanks to H.A. Thompson for all they do to come out and as quick as they can get that stuff up and running for us, so.
Okay. Any questions for Kara at all? All right,
Super.
thanks, Kara.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to staff reports. Heidi?
Well, with summer programs ending, accounting is kind of slowing down. Donna's back up front, so we're coming up with some projects in the winter to keep us busy. And one thing we're looking at is we have a program called the Laserfish, so we'll be scanning all of our documents that we have hard copies of and getting rid of the boxes and boxes we have of paperwork. So that'll be a good project for us over the winter to do. One thing we were looking at was a number of full-time employees that we have, or full-time equivalent. The Affordable Care Act will begin January 1st of this year. They'll begin implementing it, and it applies to any company that has more than 50 full-time employees. We currently have 46, so we're below that number right now, and we don't have to basically follow the regulations of that right now. But that's something we're keeping an eye on, and we'll watch every year to make sure if we hit that 50, we'll have to implement the Affordable Care Act.
Kara?
Water park wise, I guess we're just winterizing and getting everything wrapped up. Elmer should be shifting to the park shop to do some duties there here shortly. We held movie in the park this past Friday. Jason was there. Did you guys stay warm?
You know, it was pretty good.
Couldn't have asked for a better
I
October
was-
evening.
It was gorgeous outside, yeah.
Yeah, so 7:30, it was dark enough, we were able to start the movie. Dakota Star Gymnastics was there to sell concessions. We had hot cocoa, and everybody just kind of bundled up and found a spot on the grass at the baseball field and showed a $1 Million Arm,
yeah.
which was a pretty inspirational movie. It was a really nice show. So that was a good evening, and other than that.
How many
Go ahead.
did you count?
I had over 80 that
Did
I
you?
could see in the
Okay.
dark. And
Okay.
I'm sure there were still a few kids that were, curled up
Yeah.
in their sleeping bags or whatever that I missed yet too. But for sure there was 80 plus. So
Okay.
it was a nice number. Swimming lessons are currently going on. I've got 16 kids in lessons right now, which is about holding average. A lot of people coming over from Bismarck, which kind of surprised me. But I guess I've been teaching those the last 2 weeks. It's been kind of fun to get back into that part of my world and see my kids again and work closely with those lifeguard staff.
Mike?
We're hoping to finish up with winterizing this week. They're finally moved that building off of Raging Rivers, the last one, that garage to our shop this weekend, and they're anchoring it, or they're setting it today, and tomorrow hopefully they're done with it. But we're just trying to get caught up yet from summer stuff, and hopefully we can start on that Kiwanis project.
Dave?
Commissioners, just wanted to give you a brief update on the National Softball Tournament. We got our ratings back. We got 100% from the ASA National Office. So just thanks to Mike and his crew for the fields, and all the volunteers did a great job. And so we got a great rating from ASA. So it was a good event for us. So.
Brad?
I never can see anybody over there. There, that's better. Golf, we did close the Mandan Municipal yesterday. That was the last day for that. Prairie West, we're still going strong. Again, it's depending on the weather and so forth, but Saturday we had a great day. Nice and warm, a lot of golfers out there. Today, same thing. One thing I'd like to, and I should have said while they were up there too, I'd like to thank the Kiwanis on behalf of Dakota Junior Golf, because they did donate $500 to the junior golf program, which we're a part of. And it goes pretty much for like sets of clubs when a family comes out and maybe hits some range balls and so forth. Then if the little kids don't have clubs, they're able to use some provided from Dakota Junior Golf at no charge. And we usually let them hit a few golf balls, so they feel part of that. So it's kind of nice. It's a good program, so we appreciate it. And also in mind, they did help us with practice facility, which is one of the best in the state, so. But I appreciate that, they do a nice job. With Prairie West, again, we're doing some of just the routine fall stuff to get ready for the winter. We aerated the greens a while back, and they're perfect now again, so you won't even see that. We're gonna blow out the lines probably maybe to the end of the month. We're gonna hold out as long as we can, because we haven't had a lot of rain and so forth. And now that we have our own compressor, we don't have to rely on another company just coming in and doing it whenever they want to. We can do it on our time, so that was a big plus. Other than that, golf, we've had a good year again, so a lot of really, really nice comments, so very proud of all the guys.
Why'd you close yesterday? Usually it's the 18th, isn't it?
No, right around the 15th. It's usually the second weekend in the month.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just,
Such a nice week, they thought.
yeah, but I guess even, we even did it one year, and I can't remember the year, but we went back, and it was almost like 80s every day. We still didn't have anybody playing. I think one of the things is for the people that play over there, they're not as avid golfers as maybe like the people at Prairie West. And just for example, I talked with a couple of guys, it's pheasant season now. Golf clubs are in the closet, shotguns are out. So, and that's the guys that play over there, so. Okay.
Brad, a couple weeks ago, there was a tournament at night, and the whole course was lit up. What was that?
That was a DECA night tournament.
Was it?
And we've had a couple of them.
It looked cool.
It
Looked like a big airport.
You got to play in one.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot different, hitting the ball and stuff. Your depth perception at night's a lot different than during the day. But that one was, I think, probably 6 to 8 teams. We did have one this year with 20 teams. So, and they got out of there at really late at night. But they're a lot of fun, and that's
Yeah.
where we've started with one, and I think we have 3 of them now. So,
Yeah.
yeah, good revenue for at night and stuff.
Yeah.
Goes golf. It's
It was
it's a
pretty
busy
neat to
day.
see the course kind of lit up.
Yeah, isn't
all the
it?
fairways and stuff,
I went.
so-
I drove down there, and it looked like alien things out there. It's like pretty neat.
Yep. All right, thanks. Arlen?
I have nothing.
Wanda?
I have nothing.
Ann?
I have nothing either.
Chad?
I also have nothing.
All right. Yeah, just comment on that movie. It was a perfect night. There wasn't, I don't think it was windy at all. I don't even think it was probably 0 miles an hour. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. It was just gorgeous, and I counted over about 100 some people, but I was kind of shivering, so.
I thought I saw in the paper that it was moved indoors.
We had set aside the junior high in the event
Right.
that it was awful, but it wasn't awful. Like the weather this Friday was comparable, if not nicer than the September date when we held it. So, because I remember freezing on the September one, and this one wasn't bad at
Yeah.
all. So,
Well, maybe that was a
and maybe there was more, but I tried
Yeah.
not to disrupt anybody while I was out there counting.
Yeah.
So.
Well, anyways, it was very nice, so thank you for doing that. And it was just cool kind of watching an outdoor movie again, so, yeah. No. Did it? I saw an airplane, but that's about it. All right. Okay. With that, last item on the agenda is authorization of the payment of the monthly bills.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Real quick, future meeting dates for the park board, November 6th. We do have there's a public tour of the All Seasons Arena at 6:30. And then on November 10th is our regular scheduled park board meeting, same time at 4:30 back here. So with that being said, can I get a motion for adjournment?
Do you want to ask if the young
Oh, yeah,
Individuals in the
I'm
audience.
sorry. Yeah, they're here for school, so I guess for Kara's sake, go back to school, tell everyone to buy Raging River passes,
Go golfing.
go golfing. Yep. What else? Yeah, looking for jobs. You got great supervisors and bosses to report to, so just pass it along for us, please. Thanks for coming tonight. So what class is this that you're doing this for? Oh, problems with democracy. How fitting. Well, thank you for coming tonight. That's city commission.
Yeah.
Anyways, thanks for coming tonight. So can I get a motion for adjournment?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Meeting adjourned.
I'd like to call the October 13th school board meeting to order. Darren, could you call the roll, please?
Ms. Delorme?
Here.
Mr. Halverson?
Here.
Mr. King?
Here.
Mr. Lemke?
Here.
Mr. Sagsby?
Here.
And I'd like to remind everyone at home that you can follow along on the BPS webpage under school board, and the agenda and all the attachments are on there. First item, additions to agenda, removal of items from the consent agenda.
There are none of either, as far as I know, President Delorme.
All right, the next item is reports. Item A, superintendent's report. Focus on success.
Tonight, I'd like to take the board through a tour of the academic standards in English language arts, with the goal that the progression from grades kindergarten through 12 will become more obvious. And I'm delighted tonight to have a group of educators in the room. We have Mary Palmer, who is the high school staff developer and a former CHS English teacher. And she has working with her Amanda Peterson, who's a high school English teacher, Megan Sharp, who's a middle school English teacher, Jody Sullivan, an elementary teacher, and Deb Chasek, who is the instructional coach at the elementary. So before you even start, I want to say thank you. I understand that you have conferences tonight and you need to get moving after you do your presentation. And I also know that at least one of you has a root canal tomorrow and you're in a tremendous amount of pain. And so the fact that you would take the opportunity to come and talk in front of the board is always appreciated, but given your schedules, it's pretty fantastic. So thank you. And I'll just let Mary go from here.
All right. Good evening. Thank you, Tamara, and school board members, President Delorme. Thank you for having us here tonight. Thank you for inviting us to celebrate success, for focusing on learning within the classroom. Tonight we are celebrating reading, specifically reading literature. That has been a mainstay in our classroom ever since the beginning of American schools, is the pursuit of learning literature and learning about life through literature. And that has not changed in the 21st century. We are still reading literature, but we are reading it more deeply and more critically. We are taking students beyond key ideas and details, and we are asking them to make meaning by noting something as small as one word. We are asking them to make meaning by examining craft and structure of a text, which is something new to us. And finally, we are asking students to make meaning of literature by integrating their knowledge and their ideas. These are worthy pursuits. And tonight I am excited to share our success within the classroom to give you a tangible picture of what reading literature looks like. And so with us tonight, 4 educators with a wealth of experience, and you are bound to hear their excitement and to celebrate their success as we focus on literature.
Hello, I'm Amanda Peterson and I teach English at BHS. Currently I have freshmen and seniors. And I think the first thing that we have to remember, and when we look at the new North Dakota State Standards, is there's reading for information and then there's reading for literature. And both are something that we still try to accomplish in the classroom, but the literature standards are just in many ways more rigorous than they've ever been before. First and foremost, I'm ELA trained in the language arts, so I'm not a history teacher, I'm not a science teacher. What we're asking those different subject areas to do is to kind of walk alongside us and also be teaching reading. But in the English classroom, we're still very much teaching the classics and things like that. One of the things that with the reading for information standards have done is they've allowed us to bring more nonfiction selections that help us better understand and better critically analyze the literature that we're reading. So when we're still reading poetry and Shakespeare and classic American novels, we're able to then read critical analysis of those novels based on different authors that have written about it, and we're able to make those connections more clear. The standards have increased the rigor and clarity that I've been able to kind of hone in on in the classroom. And personally, I was very excited to see the new standards because they rose the bar, and I think that's what we need to do. I teach seniors, and their next step is the real world. And finding out, what color was the car in Chapter 7 doesn't matter anymore. But them being able to make connections between the text and between the real life and the news and just the world around them, and then see how those patterns have continued over time is something I find incredibly important and valuable. We still have classroom and local control, which is really nice. We still, in fact, the list that I'm required to teach is probably what many of you had to, had to read when you were in school. We still read Romeo and Juliet, The Odyssey, To Kill a Mockingbird, Of Mice and Men, Macbeth, Hamlet. All of those pieces are still around, but what we're able to do is we're able to read them more deeply and richer. The language of the state standards is better. It talks about, determining and using text as a resource and to be able to cite evidence within text to back up your answers and back up your claims. And I think that language allows me to really get those learners to be really critical about what they do. And even in the last couple of years, and this is my 10th year teaching, I always start my year with an independent reading. And this year, and I mean, I don't know, this is all just anecdotal evidence, but this year I can't keep my freshmen from not wanting to read. I assigned one book that they had to read over a 3-week period, and they were supposed to read those pieces and do some stuff with them. I had people, before I even assigned it, said they finished their first book, and then they finished their second book, and then they finished their third. And this isn't just one student, one reader in the back of the room. This was, by and large, all of my readers were eating up their books and couldn't get enough. And I think when you hear from Megan, you'll see that that is happening in the middle school as well. Thank you.
Yes, so we are seeing more and more readers as they come to middle school. I'm Megan Sharp, and I teach 7th grade English at Simley Middle School. So I started teaching 6 years ago, and we read one novel, and it was Where the Red Fern Grows. This was our basic literature novel, and then we read short stories from our textbook. Now we've switched things. Because of the standards, it's become more rigorous, and we realize that students want to read more fictional novels. So at Simley, we have book clubs where students choose their novel, and they read these at least 4 novels a year. Students love it, they're engaged, and we like to see that too. They started doing by comprehension packets was what mostly, like Amanda talked about, finding out the color of the car, sticking to plot line. And now we're talking, students are talking about, for example, one of the books we have is Divergent, which just became a movie last spring, and it's very popular. Students are talking about, well, what does it really mean to be divergent? And the author doesn't tell you to the end, and so they want me, Mrs. Sharp, could you just tell us, please tell us, what does it mean? And I'm like, no, and to have them discover and really figure it out for themselves, and then to have those questions and talk about it. It's really awesome to see that as a teacher, that they can get to that point, the connections that they make between the characters. It's deeper than I've ever seen since I've started teaching. In 6th grade, we have a reading class, and that's across the district. Every school has a class just dedicated to reading. They study genre, and the majority of the genres are literature. Some are the nonfiction texts. And because of this, we started book club in 7th grade because we saw a lack of engagement in reading. And now we do book club because it's good practice. The kids come in and already know all the books that we're reading. They've read most of them. We have to get new ones. They just love reading. And we also feel like that's due to the fact because standards have pushed them to want to read and to just keep on reading, being good readers. And the elementary, we see that more and more each year. The elementary is pushing them to do these things. So I'm going to let the elementary talk about what they're doing.
Hi, I'm Jody Sullivan. I'm a 4th grade teacher at Centennial in Bismarck. And as 4th grade teachers, we've been so excited to see the changes the North Dakota state standards have brought to reading in our classrooms. We use the standards to drive our instruction, our curriculum supports those standards, and our students understand what their learning targets are. We talk about it all the time. What are you learning? What's our purpose? Why are we doing this? Through literature, we explore many different reading skills that can only be taught using fictional text, including character, setting, point of view, plot, and theme. We ask students not just to identify these, but to prove it and explain it using the text as a reference. We are learning how to determine importance through main idea and theme. It is challenging, but it is a crucial reasoning skill. We use interactive reading notebooks, and I'm a prop person, so I brought one to show you. This is our reading notebook, and to support all of these reading standards, or characters. So they have character traits, they can look at those. We have setting, so they can determine setting. We always have trouble knowing when and where. They never get both, but it's really helped. We have plot. We have things to help them really put their hands on what they're doing. We use literature read-alouds every day in our classroom to model and teach other standards. This is one of my favorites. As we read, we model connections to the text. We ask deep questions about the story, and we are reading to develop those critical reading skills and thinking skills. We see pride in our students reading. Each student in my classroom has a book box and has it with them throughout the day. Not a day goes by where I don't have to ask a student to put away a book, usually during the wrong subject. They are excited to read, and they're becoming strong, independent readers. We use our reading groups to teach skills, build confidence, and foster a love for reading. Conferring with our students about books of their choice, which are generally fiction, gives us a deeper knowledge of our students, both their abilities and their interests. Readers' theater, partner reading, listening to reading, as well as independent reading allows each of them to develop a love for literature.
Hi, I'm Deb Chosick. I'm an instructional strategist at Sunrise Elementary. It's been my privilege to work in the district for about 18 years in a number of different capacities, so I've had an opportunity to see teachers and children in this process of growth. I have to tell you that of all my years of teaching, I have been most excited about the standards that we are offering to our children today. I really think that we have developed a consciousness in our teachers in integrating reading and writing, that they are really seeing the connection between those two elements of education and really uniting them. We've had an opportunity for them to continue to use classics, as has been previously stated, but to also bring more current literature in for our children to share with. There's been an increase in modeling in classroom behavior. So we're seeing teachers do a lot more focus on thinking aloud, thinking about their own wonderings, helping children to ask questions. Why would an author write that? Are they trying to persuade you about something? Which in the long run we certainly hope will provide them better support in being consumers as they're more discerning in their reading. And I just had to chuckle about the pieces about genre, because today as I was walking through the library, I heard first graders discussing the genre of the books that they were reading. And I want you to know I learned that in college, so it's a different time today, different generations that we're working with, and we have opened a whole new world of exploration for our children, not just in poetries and in fables and fairy tales and dramas and myths, but in exploring how they compare and contrast one to another, which really deepens their thinking. The very sharing of those ideas also whets the appetites of other readers. The reason we have book clubs is you read a book and I come to love that book too, and I want to have that book as well, and that is really prompted through the sharing that our children are doing together. I really believe that the Bismarck standards have really set a solid foundation in both in reading literature and in writing, and it's starting from the ground up. We are seeing more writing in our early elementary pieces than I have ever seen. And I would like to say that one of the teachers that I work with, who was quite sure that children could not possibly write, said to me in November last year, I wouldn't have expected this at the end of the year. And they're writing proficiently and loving literature and wanting to read. So that foundation is only possible when we intentionally and coherently structure to develop rich content knowledge within and across the grade levels. And I really believe we do have that in Bismarck Public Schools. Thank you for letting me share today.
Thank you very much, ladies. We appreciate everything you do. And I have to say, having two daughters of my own, one in middle school, one in high school, they both have a passion for reading. And I thank you all for that. Thank you.
Yes, thanks for your time. I know you have conferences and I know that you need to get moving, so yeah, we appreciate your time.
Thanks again. All right, the next item is major projects update.
So as they leave. I think it's Bismarck High School that has conferences tonight, and they need to get on with what they are doing. We need to present the major projects update. There's an attachment to the board agenda, and I'll call upon our business and operations manager, Darren Scher, to walk us through the major projects.
All right, thank you Superintendent Uzelman, Heidi, President DeLorme, members of the board. The biggest thing for legacy that maybe I want to share that's not on there is we're approaching having total enclosure, and that's important as we, I'm going to say it, we're going to approach the snow season. The biggest thing, the large curtain wall that joins the two student learning centers, the frames are installed and glass should be installed soon. Roofing continues, so we're hopeful that we'll have the building enclosed soon. And then we'll start providing temporary heat and continue to finish the inside of the building. That's kind of the biggest thing with legacy. There's any questions with that? If not, I'll just keep rolling along.
Carl?
Thank you, President DeLorme. Darren, everything's on schedule with legacy. You don't anticipate any slowdowns once we're enclosed? That just helps us get it along further and faster.
Yeah, I think that the biggest thing is there's actually some things that are maybe ahead of schedule, some things that are behind, but the key thing is there's not anything on the critical time path right now. If something's like, for example, a week behind, it's not holding up things down the line. So that's always key. I did ask, it's been a couple weeks ago, sometimes we'll have issues with long lead item, maybe our emergency generator or some of those things. And everything is either on site or scheduled to be on site without any hiccups. So feeling very comfortable. The air conditioning progress, to be honest, is pretty much the same as last time. We're still in the planning. We'll be getting some of those done here this winter yet. We just finalized some estimates on some of the costs actually last week, and we'll proceed with those. On the equity projects, again, we continue to work on phase 2 air conditioning. We decided to hold off on the Durango connection, and likely what we'll be doing in the near future is we'll have to plan out the remaining proposed projects with some of them we're gonna have to hire some help. Others, we just need to lay them out on a timeline. Any questions on those? The next thing, the energy projects, the biggest thing that we're having to finish is our controls and some of the electrical improvements that are somewhat tied together. That same vendor, unfortunately, is the same one that's doing our 2 elementaries and our high school, and we're just having some issues because priority, of course, has been to get the schools open, so we've pulled them off to get the schools open, and thus the energy project is lagging behind a little bit. We actually were supposed to be done this summer, and now we've extended that deadline to January, and but on the other one, the safety projects, we were approached by the North Dakota Department of Emergency Services. They're going to do some walk-throughs with us to determine if there's anything that they see in their expertise that we maybe need to address. And then we continue to work with the city and the MPO on the 2016 crossing study. And we continue to work on the safety projects. We're hopeful that probably early spring we'll be able to request the funds from the state, and that'll be complete. I did have a few things that I wanted to mention that are not actually on the report. The board had approved us moving forward with our demographer, and he's actually in town on Thursday gathering kind of his information and meeting with the city. He's meeting with the home builders. He's meeting with Board of Realtors. He actually did a couple phone calls, or at least one already, with a major developer. And then the other thing is we actually received the proposals back from the realtors on Friday, so we'll be likely doing interviews and be able to bring a recommendation to the board at a future meeting for a hire. Any questions on any of that before we go to transportation? The next thing on transportation, I think that we continue to work on and try to become better at is the some of our routes that are still pretty long in length. We do have 3 routes that the board approved. It's Bob Brown, our Assistant Director of Transportation's recommendation that we do use 2 of those routes to decrease some of that route length, which should help the pickup times and the drop-off times to decrease that. We also did receive a response to our proposal for the next few years for transportation contract, and we're working with board committee on that, and we should be bringing hopefully something to the board for consideration at the next meeting. As you can see, there's some pictures there for your enjoyment. The biggest thing is I wanted to get out there today. I didn't have time, but I think they're actually supposed to be texturing, and I wanted to get out there to see if that was starting today. But the other thing that happens is we got a new field report that had a bunch of pictures. Actually, today, like at 4 o'clock. I mean, so it just tells you how fast the stuff is moving. And then I did include the building fund report for your review. You can see what we've spent on each project for the project. Lincoln is complete. We have no more bills on that facility. Liberty, we will, I mean, we're just nearing the end. We're almost done with that one, and then you can see where Legacy is. And then I did include the residential units permitted to date.
Matt?
President Delorme, Darren, could you remind me what kind of retainage we had on Lincoln and what we are maintaining on Liberty, if any?
What we decided to do there is instead of doing individual retainage on each project, we did it on all 3. And the amount was, I believe, 2.5. So for accounting purposes, we actually started with a 0 contingency at Lincoln, and we ended up with well over $100,000, which is not usually how it happens. You usually start with an amount and you go down to 0. But we did a lot of value engineering, and we have not had any change orders. So normally that's on that change order report that we'd bring to the board. But you know, and I think Liberty, it's not as much because what we did is we incorporated some of that stuff that we learned in Lincoln in the actual design. So thus the price was lower, but we don't realize some of the value engineering. So I mean, we have a very healthy contingency yet.
Okay.
Any other questions, board members? All right, thank you, Darren. Next item on the agenda is enrollment update.
Excuse me, we have 2 attachments for enrollment update. One is the elementary, and the other one is the secondary school enrollment. I'll refer to Dr. Rodenberg for the elementary first, and then Dr. Johnson if there are specific new or exciting things to point out for the school board, or perhaps the school board has questions on the enrollment, which is current as of.
Okay, well, there isn't a lot in terms of the stability. We're down 8 students from our report on September 18th, which is still 38 above the projected enrollment, so still growth. We're currently at, and will likely maintain at 8 large class sizes in comparison to 55 in the past. So unless there are specific questions.
Dr. Rodenberg, could you just address basically at kindergarten and first grade level some of the higher class sizes and what our philosophy is when these class sizes get, like kindergarten, we have a few that have 24 students per class. If you could just address it a little bit.
The board has been very good to support that, especially in where we find the bulk of our large class sizes, quite honestly, are the single section schools like Roosevelt, Highland Acres, and then Prairie Rose has a few single section. And so if in grades K through 3, when class sizes are at 23 or up to 28. At 28, we would, especially in a double section school, you'd think to split them, but at 23, we add a full-time large class size assistant to support. And then if numbers are over the large class size of 23, and if the need is there, additional support is provided for classroom teachers in terms of working through parent-teacher conferences and assessment, things like that. But it's so significantly reduced from the past. I mean, when you had 55, quite honestly, our overall class size is really quite nice. And then if need be, depending on student individual needs, additional supports are provided. But as a general rule, at 23, we add a large class size aide in grades K through 3. And at 4 and 5, it would be 28 before a large class size is considered.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, Dr. Johnson?
And as I lean forward, I cut out, playing double duty here, I cut out my attachment there as well. But what I wanted to direct you to as it's loading back up here is if you take a look at the middle school, really our numbers, you know, we have a few kids who transfer in and out at the secondary level, still added some this past week. But we're just seeing, you know, the consideration of 2016, 2017, that school year, getting a little bit more tighter at the middle school. And then we see that larger numbers across the board in the fall of 17, which we've talked about here. And that's part of the consideration for going out and looking at land or what other business you have as a board. So those are definitely conversations that impact some of our secondary principal meetings as we're talking about looking how are we being efficient with our schedule, how can we accommodate our rising numbers, you know, in the meanwhile, and where can we look for those efficiencies.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Next item, board response to presentations.
President DeLorme, I'll try and summarize the presentations that were made to the board. First, I'd like to say thank you, because when we have presentations, they always give me good feedback and things to think about and make certain that we're communicating well. So I did go back and re-listen to the commentary to make certain I had it correct, and I'm hopeful that I have it correct so that I respond to the questions that were asked. Stacy Castleman shared with the board concern with the Future Ready District Pledge. The concerns were that the feds were bypassing the state in order to commit to federal goals. Ms. Castleman expressed concern that the pledge goes directly to the superintendent, asked if the superintendent has board authority to sign a pledge. She shared her concern that the pledge pushes for private companies' products and questioned the role of the district or the superintendent in home connectivity issues. Ms. Castleman expressed concern with smarter balance assessment and with data mining. She questioned if data is useful to teachers and requested research on that topic. And finally, she expressed concern over loss of local control, and that was a kind of a consistent theme, and she encouraged the board to do some research on the topic. In responding to that, I know the school board has reviewed the future pledge. I went back and read it again, and I need to state publicly that this board, as I know them, and certainly this superintendent, is always rightfully watchful over maintaining local control. While the Future Ready Pledge identifies the superintendent as a key leader in building toward digital competency in kids for the 21st century and making certain they're as safe as they can be, and building those competencies with staff, it doesn't promote any company's product that I could see, and it certainly doesn't inhibit local control of the school board in any way. The superintendent doesn't have the power to give away local control, nor would I ever want to do such a thing. The question about whether the teachers find data useful, there is a lot of research on that. And so what we could do if people have interest in that, and Mrs. Castleman had emailed about it as well, but we could provide a bibliography. And we may even have specific text or web resources, or actually human being resources if anyone wants direct access to those. I do think that is our work, and we would be happy to do it. Our district LMO is very good at finding that kind of information. Darlene is very quick and very talented, and I think she'd be happy to deliver. We also have instructional coaches or staff developers who would help out. Certainly our own PD department would as well. Then Mr. Mike Dowling commented to the board, and he had a concern about the Smarter Balance and the Common Core, and he expressed disappointment that some have polarized the issue as belonging to the far left or to the far right. He felt there was a stigma on people who questioned Smarter Balance or Common Core, and he expressed hope that the school board always takes into consideration what people think, and that the school board never give up local control, and that a public meeting be held to allow people to express their opinions. He stated, in his situation, a principal asked for a face-to-face meeting with him when he opted out, and he stated that people will shy away or feel intimidated by that, and he expressed a concern that when there's a stigma applied, that it squelches feedback. And so I thought as well about Mr. Dowling's comments, and I understand the concern that he expressed, that people may feel pressured not to ask questions about Smarter Balance Assessment and the Common Core, and that he was concerned that the principal had a face-to-face meeting with him. So in terms of the public part, our school board meets publicly twice a month and is very open to public presentations to the board, as you could see from being present here. The public is made to feel welcome by the school board. In terms of the principals meeting, principals have long worked with parents who have questions and concerns, and that's behavior that the school board wishes to see. It's certainly action that I think is appropriate for principals when they're respectful and they dialogue with parents and bring them in. That helps to listen and learn on both sides, the principals as well. So I know many fears and issues can best be understood through a face-to-face meeting. And then I understand certainly that speaking up requires some level of, I don't know if the word's courage or discomfort or boldness, and it is what it is. The school district works really hard to make certain people don't feel squelched, but that they feel like they have a stage or a venue to express their concerns. We next heard from Erin Nelson, and she too brought up interesting perspective, and hers was on the school calendar. And she stated that her request was to have snow days built into the school calendar that we wouldn't have to make up. Ms. Nelson felt doing that would increase safety. She shared concern over weather in October last year, and she asked if safety is taken into consideration. And then she suggested the legislature perhaps could change a number of days so calendars are not quite so crowded. And I'd like to thank Ms. Nelson for coming forward and talking to us as well. It's a timely topic given the initiated measure, as well as the school board's work in listening to people on the school calendar. So it was timely. In response to that, I would state, you're getting my cough, Darren. The DPI currently requires all districts to put 2 snow or storm days into the calendar. If those are not used, those 2 storm days in the calendar, then they're just not, school doesn't have to be in session then, but I do want to state that our students and our staff do work the required number of days, even if those 2 snow days aren't used. If we added to, like Ms. Nelson suggested to us, we'd have 177 versus 175. And then if we didn't use those extra 2 snow days, we would, the only way we could figure it out is we just announce at the end of the year that we weren't coming the last 2 days. And that makes it a little bit complex to know about finals and delivering final exams. She did ask if North Dakota schools had different number of school days, and we couldn't find evidence that there was differing number of school days. The legislature sets a number, but I would like to validate Ms. Nelson's expression of that, because in Minnesota, that was a state where they added 3 days. It didn't matter how many days you had, you just had to add 3 days. And so what she was saying, on the one hand, at first didn't seem to make sense, but that has happened in a number of states. And so I just wanted to validate that she was speaking with some accuracy about some of the states that she's lived in. But in North Dakota, the legislature sets the number of days for schools. And then I would like to state that for me as a superintendent, there isn't a greater concern than student safety. We are a large district. There will be days where the weather is bad in some places and okay in others. There'll be days such as the October days she mentioned when the bad weather hit actually after the buses were out, and I think, Darren, they were out for some time and had children enrolled in them before that rain ice hit. But I do want to state that as superintendent, I take safety really seriously, but I won't pretend to know the road conditions in every single street across the Bismarck Public School District. So I'll make the weather call for the district, but every single parent makes it for their own home, and they should feel empowered to make that choice when it's the right choice for their own home. And then our fourth presentation, B. Streifel expressed concern about the Smarter Balance assessment. She stated concern that the state has given over rights of education, that parents don't have access to what is in these tests and don't have time to come to the schools to find out what's all in these tests, and that some puzzlement or discontent that when a child answers a question partially right or wrong, the child is redirected to a different line of questioning, and that leads her to have concern about what is actually inside the tests themselves. So I'd say thank you to Ms. Streifel as well. Like the calendar commentary, the Smarter Balance commentary is timely too. A brief summary of the Smarter Balance, it's a North Dakota kind of assessment. There are 60 North Dakota teachers from across the state working on items for the assessment. Some of them have mentioned that through social media. I don't know if North Dakota has ever had that kind of input on test items in the state assessments before, perhaps, but I don't think so. I would like to state that parents can take the sample Smarter Balance assessment at home if they wish, and if they don't wish, they are more than welcome to come to their school building and have a look at that Smarter Balance assessment, whichever works out. I know parents are busy, but if we can help out, we'd be happy to. And then in terms of administrators gaining knowledge about the Smarter Balance, that was good input for me as well. I do think our administrators have a handle on Smarter Balance, but one of the things we're going to take from Ms. Streifel's commentary is to make certain. And so our administrative team, through their Leadership Academy, will spend time on the Smarter Balance to make certain that we feel across the board skilled up to address questions that parents may have. And so at our district leadership meeting, we're going to unpack that Smarter Balance assessment once again. And then finally, it's worth pointing out that the Smarter Balance assessment is not a test, and you'll catch me making a test and an assessment interchangeably, and I want you to call me out on that when I do that. I need to monitor my terms. The Smarter Balance is an adaptive assessment, and that means it's built to move in and out of grade level questions, and level of complexity may differ based on whether or not students are able to answer questions. That's important in an assessment because it will give you a snapshot of student skills, and that snapshot is some useful data that is used in personalizing instruction for the students so that they can build achievement more quickly. And then finally, again, I just restate, I appreciate the investment of time that the speakers gave, and I want them to know it was useful to me and to my team as we work inside the district. So thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent, for the comments. And I just want to reiterate that we do appreciate all of the comments we get school-related. There were a couple emails that were received by someone on the staff that were, well, they were disrespectful, and we would appreciate any comments to be respectful, and anything school-related, we would gladly welcome any comments, and we appreciate them, and we'll gladly respond to the respectful requests. So, thank you. Next, oh, Lawrence?
If I can just follow up real quickly. Tamara, did I get you right that we could actually take that assessment online?
Right, yep,
The
you can take the
practice assessment?
practice assessment and see the structure of it. It really helps you to understand how that test is built and what students are experiencing when they take it as well.
Okay, and if we want to do that, just,
You can go right to their website, or you can contact an administrator, and we'll be happy to walk you through.
sounds good, thanks.
All right. Moving on to the consent agenda.
Madam President, I move that we approve the minutes of the September 22nd, 2014 board meeting and the October 1st, 2014 special board meeting be approved, and also that we approve a new contract for Jennifer Ellerston, levels of service.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, Darren, could you call the roll?
Sigsbee.
Yes.
King.
Yes.
Halverson.
Yes.
Lemke.
Yes.
DeLorme.
Yes. Item 6, public appearances. This is the time when citizens may bring their educational concerns regarding the board's conduct of the schools to the board at this time or at a later time on request as governed by policy BCBI, public participation. At board meetings, individuals will generally be limited to 5 minutes. Groups should select one representative to express their views, and the board will not debate issues as presented, but will take matters under advisement. So if anyone would like to step up to the microphone to address the board, we invite you now. Welcome, and if you'd like to state your name for us.
Stacy Castleman. Wi-Fi is not very good down here, I will tell you guys that. Okay, first of all, I want to thank you for getting back to us on some of those things. I wanted to touch base, Lawrence, on the Smarter Balance Practice test or assessment. That first of all, the test is not completed and it is a practice, and so not being able to see the complete test, but there are practice tests and different that you can see some of the test questions. But today, I want to thank, first of all, Matt and Tamara for getting back to me on my emails in regards to some of my questioning. One of the things that I want to touch base on today is the project-based learning. And I do have a few questions on it, actually kind of a lot. My concern is I'm wondering who voted on it, and were the parents involved? Was there any information that was sent out to the parents? I haven't been able to see any of that, and I do understand that DPI is doing some different changes and stuff within their website because it is difficult. And if there's a way that we can get information on the date when it was, the date and minutes when it was brought up and brought to a vote on taking that on. I do understand with this, we're looking at the AYP, and we are in the 3 to 5 year improvement stage, that we are in the governance phase. And so some of the questions that I have after spending time up at DPI was that it was made very clear that we will never meet the YPA. When there's a goal of 100%, we're not going to meet the YPA. So what specifically are we failing? And the reason why I'm asking that is because I want to know, out of all of those choices of improving, why you would choose to bring in somebody from out of state, to bring in an expert for help. When we're looking at that, we're looking at spending about $225,000 between Buck Institution for Education and the PLS Third Learning. Where's the money going to come from? If it's taxpayers' money and we're never going to meet the requirements of AYP, we're just going to be throwing that money aside. And so those are, some of the questions. And then also, with bringing in these experts, how will that what is it going to change? What's going to be better? What can they bring? When we look at the AYP, we're looking at what our teachers are doing, what our district is doing. And so if we haven't met 100%, why aren't you fixing what is it that you can't fix the problem, with why we're not meeting that? Because if we're not going to look at the goal of 100%, which is unrealistic, if we're not going to focus on that, well, then we have to focus on why we're not meeting it. And then it comes to look at the district, it comes to look at the school board, it comes to look at the teachers. And so if we can't, or if you guys can't find a way to fix that, what is it that these experts are going to bring to you guys that is going to fix and get us through the AYP? How do we get out of No Child Left Behind so you don't have that issue of not meeting it? We're going to be spending thousands of dollars on something you're not going to meet. And so, and maybe we're missing something here, but a great opportunity for you to get back to us on that and what would make a difference.
Thank you, Ms. Castleman. Would anyone else like to address the board? All right, thank you for your comments, and we will address it at the next meeting. Moving on to the next item, item 7, unfinished business. Item A is Architect Selection Committee.
So the Architect Selection Committee, the board sent administration to request qualifications for architects to design and bid the Liberty Elementary School addition. Board policy states that 2 members and a parent representative, serve on the selection committee. Terry Kuster at Liberty Elementary School is the principal, and she recommended that the parent representative be Jermaine Kruger. And so our recommendation tonight is that the board appoint 2 members to serve on the Architectural Selection Committee for the Liberty Elementary School addition, along with the parent representative.
Scott?
As you can see by the thing there, I've been on the last, quite a few of them there, so I defer to somebody else. I've been on the last 5 of them or whatever. And so I think this.
Lawrence?
My thought would be if Matt and Carl would be willing to do it.
Sure. I'd be willing.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll so move.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, Darren, could you call the roll, please?
King,
Yes.
Halverson,
Yes.
Lemke,
Yes.
Sagsveen,
Yes.
Delorme.
Yes, thank you, Carl and Matt.
Pardon?
I wonder if we need to move to accept the parent rep also?
Yes, I would, my apologies, Doreen, I missed that. I'd move that we approve Jermaine Kruger as the parent rep on the Architect Selection Committee for Liberty.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, Darren, could you call the roll?
Halverson,
Yes.
Lemke,
Yes.
Sagsveen,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Delorme.
Yes. Item 7, new business. And we have quite a few items under here. I see you almost ran out of letters in the alphabet.
We've been busy.
I can see that. And this is basically reviewing some of the policies, and I think part of our accreditation is we have to go through all policies and review them. So this is our starting point.
This is our starting point. And so we do have some work to do. I'll give you background, and that is when Advanced Ed was here, they're our accreditation body, and they left us with a recommendation, and that is that we have a process to review and adopt board policy. To that end, a goal was set in 2013-14 to review the complete Bismarck Public Schools policy manual. That was completed probably the beginning of September, roughly. Now, during this school year, our goal is to complete the policy audit recommendations that the North Dakota School Board Association gave to us. Tonight, the board is asked to consider acting on step 1 of 7 steps of the policy adoption procedure. And the first step is to rescind 10 policies and regulations and rules effective July 1st of 2015. And the reason that they would be rescinded on that date is that it would give us enough time to get the other policy pieces in place. I think it's the best way to do policy publicly and at a pace where we can keep up. So rather than doing the whole thing lock, stock, and barrel, we're going to do it in these 7 steps if the board approves of that. When you set the date out there for July 1st of 2015, that then gives us enough time to put the policy and the admin rule out there for board consideration before the existing policies are sunsetted or disappear or are replaced, whatever your term is. Note that several rescinded policies will become part of existing or new policies, while other policies that you're being asked to rescind are covered by law, and they don't need to be in policy then if they're in law, because you're obviously going to follow the law. These policies and regulations will be removed from the district's policy manual on July 1st, but they'll be retained by the district for 6 years just for reference purposes. The board will complete the first reading on a new policy adoption procedure, policy BDA, at this meeting tonight. So if that gives you enough background work about where the goal came from, it's really one that's tagging over from last year. It's the first step of 7 steps. The recommendation in front of you right now is that the board rescind these following policies and regulations: AA, BD, BDB, BDC, BDD, BDE, BDF, BDH, Administrative Rule CM-R, and Policy GACA, because those, as I said again, are either in law or they're covered by other policies and they are redundant.
Board members, any questions? Carl?
President Delorme and Superintendent Uzelman, maybe you can, for my benefit, probably more than anybody else, the School Board Association, did they went through an audit of our policies and then recommended what needed to be changed, and then maybe even further along that, so all these changes, then where does the language come from? Do we have legal counsel on that, or maybe in general?
In our accreditation process, when we had the visit from Advanced Ed, they look for strengths and weaknesses in the system. They found a tremendous lot of strength, but they said you want to make certain that the board is a board of policy governance. And to be a board of policy governance, you have to have sound policy that you can work from. That gives your superintendent and all of your administrators directive to carry out your work. So because the policy manual has become quite massive over the decades that the public school board has existed, we sort of said, stop everything, and we're going to read policy from top to bottom. We're going to find those that are repetitive in law, those that no longer should be in place because laws and customs and times have changed, and then those that are redundant. They're in a number of places. So the school board offers a service to do that. They spend about 7-8 months with your policy manual, and they go through it. The School Board Association then develops boilerplate policy, so a school board can pick it up and then custom tailor it to a way that makes sense for that school district. And as you know, across North Dakota, some school districts are very large, some are very small, and so it is important that the local board really decide how to shape those policy recommendations from the School Board Association. Does that answer your question?
It does.
It's a good question, and it provides good background. Thank you.
And
Lawrence.
if I can just add one more thing in response, the North Dakota School Board Association does have a part-time attorney on board now who is part of that review process as well.
Thank you. Any other questions, board members? I think we need a motion. Scott?
Madam President, I move that we rescind the following policies and regulations: AA, BD, BDB, BDC, BDD, BDE, BDF, BDH, Administrative Rule CM-R, and GACA.
Nice job. That was a mouthful.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Lawrence?
Just a quick question. What we've done in the past on some of these, and we've had different tiers of policies, but with some of them we've said, we brought up policy X and said, this policy either we should get rid of or not, and looked at the merits of it, or we said we should revise policy X to make it X plus. And it looks like here we're saying, okay, here's 8 or 9, and just for the public's purpose, you know, we've had these attachments on here, and we've all had an opportunity to read and review those as well. Why start doing them in essence, say we're going to take all 8 of these, put them out, rescind them effective July, and I understand the reason to have a time frame on saying that's when it would be effective, but I sense just a little bit of a different process. Is that just because of the massive numbers, or can you elaborate on that a little bit?
It is because of the massive numbers and also the interrelatedness of policies. So to build them so they work well with in relationship to one another, this is the plan that the School Board Association proposed to us in these 7 steps in this order. The part I didn't probably make public enough is that chart 1 is a link as well, and you can open that chart and it'll explain to you for each of these policies that you, Mr. Halverson read so eloquently to us, from AA all the way down to GACA, and it explains, excuse me, it explains why you would rescind and where that new policy is validated in the policy manual.
And that's what I was looking for, was just to make sure we had some explanation for the public. All of those other policies you just went through had dealt with a little tiny piece of the policy-making process. We're saying let's get rid of that and put it all in one document.
That's exactly right. Put it all in one. It's easy to find, and it provides the basic structure that we're going to work from. Mhm.
Thank you for the clarification. Any other questions? Seeing none, Darren, could you call the roll, please?
Lemke,
Yes.
Sigsbee,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Halverson,
Yes.
DeLorme.
Yes. Item B is policy BDA, procedure for adopting board policy.
Your previous discussion then moves us into this policy, and it takes the board's numerous kind of interrelated procedures and puts them all into one place, more or less, and this is the policy, the one place, the policy BDA. Now, if you open that up, you'll be able to read it, and it is a draft from the School Board Association as a replacement for the policies that you just rescinded. This policy contains procedures that will be used as the district updates its policy manual. So it's really a way of publicly saying, here's how we're going to do business. And then a couple things I'd like to point out when you open policy BDA is the development of policy can come from any person who perceives a need for policy or for a policy statement in a particular area. That may be a board member that feels there's a need for policy, the superintendent, a staff member, a parent, a student, a consultant, a civic group, any resident of the district. And when a policy is proposed, it's the board who will determine if a need exists, and then will direct me or the policy committee, which is actually an item on the agenda in a bit, to draft a policy statement for presentation to the board. It goes on to describe staff input in the development of educational and personnel policies in particular, and the superintendent's facilitation of that. It does clarify, though, that regardless of what the rest of us bring to the board, it is the board who maintains decision-making power, as it should be. And then adoption of the policies that explains how those happen at public meetings, and the number of readings that occur. And then finally, it goes down to board regs and policy exhibits, policy implementation, how we carry out policy, how policy is reviewed and revised, suspended, and then the policy manual itself.
Carl?
President DeLorme, Superintendent Uzelman, this is a little bit different format. Will that be the way it's changed?
It will. That's a good question, too, as well. Mr. Lemke, we spent some time determining whether this would be the format that would work best. It certainly works better than the format we have, and we think it will be easier for the public to find policy and then to know where one policy ends. If you take a look at the end, it'll say the end of Bismarck Public School Policy BDA. We also have all of our policy online, and we want to be able to get it in a way that is easily accessible by any user. So this works better than the format we had prior.
To continue the question too, on that searchability there, over the weekend I was doing some searching on the policies and stuff, so all these documents then will, how will we search them? By just, you type in a topic and then it kind of goes to that, or?
Well, right now the search capability is by topic, but the way the search runs makes it difficult unless you have exactly the right term. So we sometimes speak in educationese, and the person on the street might not use that term. Our goal is to get them more easily findable, if you will. But the system we're using now, while it is user-friendly, you don't have to come into the school, for example, like this sentence says, and find the policy manual. You can find it online. Long-term, we'd like to find a better way to have our policy manual accessible. It's quite expensive to do a switch over, but I think we're going to get to where we need to do that. First, we want to get the right policies together.
Lawrence?
Just a couple of quick comments. I assume you're looking for comments on BDA?
Yes.
Okay. I'll break it down into two different sections. First one is with the word shall, and part of that's just the lawyer and me, and the word shall, may, will, all have different meanings in a drafting process. And looking at the policy, I believe that in paragraphs, it looks like the second one under development where it says the board, I think it would be more appropriate for the board will determine. And then, and I'll explain why in a second, on the next page under board regulations and policy exhibits, I believe the policy exhibits will be developed. Under policy review and revision section, the superintendent on a continuing basis will call the board's attention. And then under the policy manuals, all policy manuals distributed will remain. Most of it's just a grammatic issue, but with my perspective, shall is it's a mandate. You absolutely have no flexibility. It has to occur. I think in this case, will gets the same effect done. The only difference I would keep is on the last sentence, because the board policy is a matter of public record, it shall be open. I would leave that as shall. So that's just my general thoughts on that. A quick two other substantive or semi-substantive ones under development, where you've got the second paragraph, the last sentence. Both the superintendent and policy committee are authorized to seek expert assistance with policy development. And I guess I would make that even broader. And I understand the purpose of we're saying we can get expert assistance within financial parameters. I would just say seek assistance, because I think we might want expert assistance, but we may want even what one may consider non-expert assistance. And the only other one I would do is on staff input. And I understand the need for it, and I think it makes sense, and I think we're always, on all these subcommittees, have staff input. But I almost make that broader as well. I mean, make it input, and then in accordance with generally accepted personnel practice, participation rather than just staff. It seemed like we overemphasizing the staff versus everyone, and I think staff's going to bring us a different perspective, but then, the parents may, and the kids may, and the administrators may, and so if we just take that as input, it broadens that input process. So that's my 2 and maybe it's 4 cents.
Thank you.
Matt?
Thanks, President Delorme. Am I reading this correctly? The original policy BD would have provided for people to bring proposed policies to a committee. The old policy said an orderly process shall be used in examining such proposals prior to action by the board, and those proposals would have included proposals from the board, superintendent, a staff member, a parent. That list is the same. And then recommendations of the superintendent and the viewpoints of persons and groups affected by a policy shall precede final action. So maybe it doesn't mention committee specifically, but so if I'm a member of the public and I want to propose a policy under this, either the former or the current policy that we're considering, is there a substantive change in that process, or how is that going to work? Maybe there isn't a change.
I don't think there's a change in that process, and it would work like all public input, either directly to the board, and the board can direct it back into administration, or the public could start at a level inside the system and ask for policy statement. Honestly, you haven't had much for policy statement come to the board in the time I've been here.
All right, so I think we will look at the changes we discussed and then bring it back to the board. Is that the process?
If you get a first reading, then it would come back on second reading.
I would move that policy BDA, procedures for adopting board policy, be approved on first reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, Darren, could you call a roll?
Sigsbee,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Halverson,
Yes.
Lemke,
Yes.
Delorme.
Yes. Item C is policy CBAA, review of administrative regulations.
If I may, President Delorme, I'm going to back us up. We had an ad with a policy review procedure to the agenda, and so you have to refresh your agenda. I apologize for that. But what I wanted to bring to the board's attention under C, policy review procedure, was related to the discussion that the board just had about how does policy get reviewed. And I would be looking for feedback from the board, whether the board wishes to use the current public meeting process that you have right here, if that works for policy input and feedback directly to the board, or if you wish to have a policy committee in place, review policy and suggest recommendations to the school board. If a policy committee is developed, it likely would include board representatives unless the board prefers this committee of the whole process that you use with the full board, so that would work as well. The board obviously has the power to choose there. And then we would seek representatives more broad-based with teachers, classified staff, community members, and some administrative representation. And basically, they would vet the policies and provide some feedback before the board dealt with them. I just need feedback. What's the board's wishes on
Lawrence?
a more formal or less formal?
Well, let's go. Let me think for a minute.
Scott?
Yeah, interesting. I don't know, I got to think about this a little bit. It sounds interesting, and I know a lot of procedures to get policy or any type of recommendation to a voting board involves this type of process. I'm looking out for what would be the most benefit to the public. What makes it the easiest for a member of our community who is not a teacher or whatever to introduce or suggest something that has to do with the policy. And this sounds interesting. I just don't know if I'd have to do a little more thinking on it. I don't know if I'm ready right now, but it sounds very, very interesting and intriguing in any way we can make the process more to facilitate this and make it more functional. You know, so.
President Delorme, could I respond to that? This, so I thank you for your question. It made me think again. This would basically be for reviewing existing policy, but not for dealing with new proposed policy. And I don't know if that makes a difference in your thinking or not. But it gives people an opportunity as policy is reviewed to have a formal committee look at it.
Matt?
Thanks, President Dolan. Well, presumably, though, it would entail, I mean, if you're an existing policy, theoretically, you're bringing in new language, so it's not, I mean, it's not a whole lot different than coming up with something that could be something brand new. So, I mean, I think what you're asking us maybe considers bringing in new language, just maybe not a brand new policy. So
Yeah, I would agree with that, that in revision you may change language.
I guess I am operating on the principle that whatever we do is covered under a policy, so that any change that we do, I mean, you can come in with something new, it's going to happen.
Carl?
President Delorme, Superintendent Usselman, do you have any information of what other school districts do, and does it help them? Does it not help them?
I do have some information from some school districts. I did ask. I believe that Grand Forks, West Fargo have a policy committee. Some smaller school districts do, sizable yet, but smaller than us. And the name just left my head, but Wahpeton, that is just across the road from Because I believe they have policy committees in districts that I've worked in the past. They have that, it's a formal opportunity for more feedback on policy. But again, it is the board that's the deciding force in regard to policy.
I think a policy review committee makes some sense. It gets broader involvement in that process before, obviously, at the end of the day, it comes to the board, and the board's got to review it. But I think it might help to have, one board member or two, or, a person from here. I just think the broader involvement we have in that process probably makes more sense.
Yeah,
Carl?
President DeLorme, along that lines too, having like recommendations that Board Member King said too tonight, some of the wording and stuff like that, that I would never catch that or see that, and potentially those details would get handled in a committee like that, we might, there's a potential that we might overlook that, or you have another set of eyes on it, and then it comes here again, and I think it'd be more thorough and more interactive.
Scott?
Yeah, and I think one thing we'd have to be careful of is the sole purpose of this committee. I think unless we have it well defined, I think it could venture into something that would be probably utilized for things that don't deal specifically with what this should be dealing with. So that would be the other thing, is to make sure that it has specific and very narrow focus, broad response and input, but yet a narrow focus, because I'm concerned that this could be something that it wasn't intended to be.
Matt?
President DeLorme, the more I think about this, I do have some concerns that a committee would be generating policies that for the board, on behalf of the board, whereas if we were to get a recommendation for a policy and then refer it to a committee to be developed, I see that as maybe two different things, and maybe you don't, Superintendent Uzelman, but I think it would be my preference if there was an idea that maybe could develop into a policy. I think it should be considered by the board and then further developed through committee process, as opposed to committee telling us what our policy might or should look like.
And now I'm confused, because I think that there was two different issues. I thought that what we're talking about is, in essence, exactly, we're not changing the policy on new ones. They come here, the board has to approve them and send them down, and we're just talking about existing review of policies and having a policy committee. I think. Am I right?
My focus with this particular item is to review existing policy.
So the new policies would still be the same. We come here and then we send them down and direct them.
Right.
Is my understanding.
Right. I think when Mr. Segsveen mentioned that this policy committee might suggest language on review, that's potentially, they could do that. We'd want them to do that, but we wouldn't be asking them to craft policy from the raw.
So it wouldn't necessarily be an original intent.
Right. You don't write policy by committee, I don't believe.
So, okay.
Right, but so
Isn't
that
the court, isn't that a court thing, original versus original jurisdiction?
And
I
then
remember that.
President DeLorme, perhaps it would be more comfortable for the board if I drafted an administrative rule around this process, so you knew, so everybody really knew what we were talking about exactly. And then I think it would be easier, to know what you're voting on. I think I know, but I think if we did an exit interview here, we might have 6 or 7 different opinions. So if perhaps we could just table this item and I would come back with administrative rule around it, President DeLorme?
I think that's a good idea.
Okay. Thank you very much for that feedback.
All right, item D, policy CBAA, review of administrative regulations.
This actually gets to the heart of what administrative rule is, and it instructs the superintendent to prepare and disseminate administrative rules necessary to implement the board's policy, and that those rules be reviewed periodically to determine their effectiveness in carrying out board policy. It restates what you already know about admin rule. You don't technically approve it, but you reserve the right to review it, and you veto any administrative regulations that, in the board's judgment, are inconsistent with the policies of the board. So I think that's a formal acknowledgement of what administrative rule is and how it can be used.
Board members?
Well, I've been on here for 6 years, and we've always talked about how the board develops the policy and the administration developed the rules, and it was kind of an obvious, well, if the rules don't quite jive with that, you know, we obviously as a board have that authority. But having said that, it wasn't written anywhere, so I like this a lot. I think it says in essence what the reality is, but it's good to have it down there. I would move that we approve policy CBAA, review of administrative regulations, on the first reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Darren, call the roll, please.
King,
Yes.
Halverson,
Yes.
Lemke,
Yes.
Sigsveen,
Yes.
Delorme.
Yes. Item E, Chart 2, reaffirm chart.
This chart probably can tie directly back to Mr. Lemke's statement about being able to find policy. And so in the review of policy, many items were correct and done well, but they needed a new descriptor code assigned to them so you could actually find them. So what we're asking the board to do tonight is not to make changes to any of these policies shown on Chart 2, but simply to update their, excuse me, their descriptor codes to reflect the North Dakota School Board's policy coding system. So then our coding system becomes more coherent to the user. The descriptor codes on all reaffirmed policies, should you approve this, will be updated to reflect the chart. The updated policies will be placed in the Bismarck Public Schools Policy Manual effective July 1 of 2015. So the recommendation is that the board, you know, review this chart and then reaffirm your existing policies with the new descriptor codes.
And I think Carl's comment was a good one, that making it easier for anyone to find these policies would be a good thing.
I agree, and at least it's all online now and you can search it, because when I first started here, it was a book about 9 inches thick. You'd set it on there. And if you want to go through the policies, it was here. You'd find it in there. I was like, yeah.
I can't carry it.
No,
I want to bring it back. I can't lift it.
So do we need a motion on this one?
You do.
Carl.
We just don't make changes to policy unless the board says to, so not even the letter.
President Delorme, I'd move that we reaffirm the policies with the new descriptor codes listed on Chart 2.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Darren, could you call the roll, please?
Halverson,
Yes.
Lemke,
Yes.
Sigsveen,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Delorme.
Yes. Item F, Chart 3, policies to rescind.
President Delorme, if I could interrupt.
Yes.
If we go back to the policy committee issue, would this policy committee take the place of what the School Board Association is doing?
It would not.
So would they would work in tandem?
It would. The school board, so it would never take the place of auditing the policies to make certain that they fall in line with legislative changes. I wouldn't hand that out to anyone other than the School Board Association, unless we had our own legal counsel do it. What I could see the policy committee doing would be taking school board boilerplate policy and making certain that it could be tailored to work within the Bismarck Public School System. So,
Okay.
and an example is administrative rule. Not all North Dakota schools use administrative rule. It's just not part of their culture. It's not what they do. So if that,
Okay.
creating the committee by administrative rule would make some sense, because we use administrative rule here.
All right, thank you, Matt. I do appreciate having two legal minds on the board when we have these policies to discuss. It's very helpful.
Can I jump back up to major
Three, I'm so
projects
sorry.
update? Yeah.
All right, moving on. Chart 3, policies to rescind.
Okay, if you open up Chart 3, the policies to rescind, I'll take a moment to explain this. The School Board Association has recommended that the district discontinue use of the policies in Chart 3. In some cases, these policies will be replaced by new updated policies, and all policies that are rescinded will be removed from the district policy manual effective July 1, 2015, but we'll keep them for 6 years for reference purposes. And as you open up Chart 3, for each policy, for example, AB, School Board Legal Status, it's covered in North Dakota Century Code, and that's where it needs to be covered. When it's in Century Code, we don't need a policy around it. So then you can walk through each one from AB all the way down to the end of the list. You can toggle across and see the reason for rescinding those. I debated reading all that, but I don't think I have the voice for it tonight.
And this is a very lengthy chart, and obviously we read before the meeting to confirm, so we didn't have to read it here. I have to say my normal half hour to hour, I'm looking over the board meeting this weekend, was probably about 3 hours.
A little longer.
But I don't have any issues with any of them. Lawrence?
Yeah, and the only thing that I will say is I wouldn't mind having this sent over to the next board meeting because I didn't have the full 3 hours on Sunday. I did look at some, and I trust that that's the case, but I'd prefer to, as a personal confession, I did not have a chance to get through them all. I just wouldn't be comfortable voting on it now. If there's a time issue, I certainly won't stand in the way of the rest of the board looking at it, but that's my comfort level.
Matt?
I agree.
So can we move this to the next meeting? Is that what we'd like to do?
Most certainly, it can be tabled until the next meeting.
And that's understandable. It's 25 pages, so we'd like to have our legal experts. Carl?
I want to move back to the policy committee. I think this might, for me, I had a chance to go through it, and but for me to kind of rely on someone else, some group, some committee, something like that I don't know that we'll always have this big a load, but even if it was one page, it's important that each minute detail of these is covered. And even though I've read it this weekend, it's still, there's a lot of trust that this is the right way to do it, and you just never know until one of these issues comes up. So that's my 4 cents.
Thank you. I agree with that. Scott?
Yeah, and I concur because I think that it's, there might be a day when we don't have attorneys on the school board. And I know myself, I have relied on our two learned law people to guide me with some of the legalese and the language. And I think by setting a precedent of how we do this, I think is important because our board may not reflect that all the time. So I really concur with that too.
Matt, did you have another comment?
Nope.
Oh, okay. So we'll move Chart 3 policies to rescind to our next meeting.
Very good. I've got that.
Okay. Moving on to item G, Chart 4 policy replacements.
Chart 4 really takes no action from the board, but if you would be kind enough to open it up, you can see that these are the policies that were either missing or not properly constructed. And so it really gives you a sense of the scope of the work that the board is up against. Our goal is July 1. I know that it's a healthy amount of work. I think it's doable. I don't think it would be against the law to spread it out over an additional school year, but my preference would be to get it done this year if we can. However, I just wanted you to note the amount of policy that we will be reading at the board level.
So we just need to review this. There's no motion needed.
There's no motion needed. Again, it's just for your sense in a roadmap of where we're headed and a Gantt chart, if you will, of how much work there is to do. That's what the work is in step 4.
Okay, thank you.
If you're up to it, we can get it done.
All right, moving on to item H. I believe I'm following
You are
along
correct,
correctly.
yes.
Let me know if I
Mhm,
get off
mhm.
track here.
You're fine.
Policy AAA, Philosophy of Public Schools.
So if you want to open up policy AAA, this was the first one that's listed on chart 4. And so we're moving into taking care of business on chart 4. This policy was missing from the district's former policy manual. Policy AAA is required. Now, in saying that, this exact language isn't required, but just that you have a policy like this is required. This is a statement of, if adopted, of the Bismarck Public School Board's basic beliefs concerning education in order to formulate district goals and objectives and to establish programs that are designed to meet the goals and objectives within the legal framework of state and federal law. Policy AAA is that statement of basic beliefs, and it serves as the guide for a lot of work that the school board does. So I would like you to review policy AAA, and if it meets your expectations, to approve on the first reading, and it'll come back for the second reading.
Matt?
So, who or what is requiring this policy?
It's a policy that's required in Century Code.
Do you know the citation?
I do not. I thought I might because I thought it might be at the end, but I don't.
Or could
So-
someone email me that citation?
I could do that, and then I can just give you the background. When the School Board Association says that a policy is required, that's part of the policy work that they do. That would be something that we're directed to do out of Century Code or DPI. But I'll get you the who requiring it.
Yeah, I'm just interested to know what it actually requires us to do.
Yes, I can do that for you.
Thanks.
Board members, any questions or comments? Scott?
I move that we approve the school board review policy, AAA, Philosophy of Public Schools, and if it meets expectations, on the first reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Matt?
Well, I personally think this would be one of those policies that we would direct the committee to review and look at the language. Well, on its face, the language doesn't look objectionable to me. It seems like it's it's purporting to represent the philosophy of the board, such that it should have some maybe further board input before we pass it through. Those are my only comments.
Scott?
Yeah, and I concur. I just wanted it approved. I've worked on philosophies many times for 4 schools, being part of a visiting team for various school districts, and I agree. We just don't look at that's something that needs to be developed. I don't see anything really wrong with it, but I think on first reading, maybe in between the first reading and the final reading, that something could be done at that point, because I concur that it's a big thing. This is the first time I read it on Sunday afternoon, so I don't have any problem with whatever the rest of the board wishes to do.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Darren, will you call a roll, please?
Who seconded?
Lemke.
Okay.
Lemke?
Yes.
Sigsby?
No.
King?
Yes.
Halverson?
Yes.
Delorme?
Yes. Moving on to item I, policy AAB, district goals and objectives.
sorry, district goals and objectives. This is a recommendation, and AAB, am I correct? Yes.
Yes.
AAB is submitted to replace Bismarck Public School Policy BA, which was adopted in 1993, so it's about 25 years old. And policy does stand the test of time, so that's a good thing. But the difference that I see between the two policies is that the proposed policy shows the district's current mission, and it states assurances that Bismarck Public Schools follows or meets DPI accreditation standards, and it shows adequate yearly progress as defined in federal law. And so based on that, it's the recommendation that policy AAB be approved on first reading.
This is a nice short one at least.
It is.
And I don't see anything that I would object to in it, but we'll let our legal minds take a look and everyone else. Any questions or comments? Opinions, motions? Yes.
I know that AAB is separate from BA, but just looking at the recommendation, if you go into the BA, is that your old? Okay.
It's the current one.
Okay. All right. That makes sense to me because it was the language on the mission that was throwing me off. I apologize for it.
Scott.
I move that we approve policy AAB on the first reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Lawrence?
Just a question on the middle paragraph. The district shall comply with approval requirements in state law and shall strive to provide schools that meet the criteria for accreditation with commendation from DPI and that show adequate yearly progress as defined in federal law. And, you know, going back a number of years when I first ran for the board, I was not a huge fan of No Child Left Behind or the adequate yearly progress. And my thought has always been instead that, you know, what we need to strive for is a continuous growth model. And as long as we're having that growth, that should be our target rather than a other benchmark that either is or is not obtainable. Does this, how does this play into that if let's say, No Child Left Behind changed or something? I mean, I understand the issue is we have to comply with state and federal law. I get that. I mean, but how does this tie us in at all if there were changes in that or if there's something else? Do you see what I'm trying to inarticulately?
No, I mean, I think I do. If the No Child Left Behind law was replaced by a different law, this says that the board is going to comply with the laws of the land. Then in terms of your question about a growth model, which makes so much more sense, and it makes sense, I think, to everybody in the room here that, you know, values individual children's learning versus one mandate. The goals that you'll see tonight really speak to a growth model and a growth mindset. And I would argue if there is any hope to work toward No Child Left Behind, it is on an individual level helping students achieve one by one rather than sort of a mass induction thing that is hasn't proved to be successful for all children across the United States. But a growth model does offer better hope. So you'll see it in the goals. And those goals would be brought to you based on the policy that you just approved. So you'll have your local goals, and then you're also going to follow state and federal law.
Scott, did you have a comment? No? Matt?
For whatever reason, the last clause in that sentence, shall strive to provide schools, ellipse, that show adequate yearly progress as defined in federal law. I'm just not sure that I would personally include that language in a policy that I that I would draft. I understand that we're required to try to meet the goals of the federal requirements, but I don't think I would personally use that language, so I'm just not in favor of that, the way the policy is written.
Carl?
I think that's a good point, and Lawrence kind of touched on that too. I think it probably brings up even more discussion about the next ones we're going to go over and the ones we've already gone over. It was confusing when we went over it, when I went over it this weekend, and I thought I had a clear handle on it, but then now we get into motions and we get into seconds, and then people are bringing up some valid points, and so I'm kind of stuck a little bit. I don't know what the right answer to that is, but and I don't know if that just happens if we make some of those changes between this reading and the last reading, or if that's even right, or if we ask for those changes. They make sense. The changes make sense. But how do we know we're getting all those, you bring up some really good points, more than I was thinking of, so.
Scott?
Yeah, and I concur, even though I've been the one that's been making most of the motions here, and I think it's just to stimulate the discussion. And my concern is that after the first reading, is the process there to change the things that the concerns we have by the second reading? I'm concerned. Then I would be in favor of the motion, but I concur with what's been said here, that if we are not going to address those issues, then I can't support the motion that I made. And that's where I'm a little, I mean, there's a lot of things here tonight, and I'm just starting to feel a little more uncomfortable. We're just approving emotions and approving, and I know, and I read these things, but again, like Carl said, there's been some questions brought up that and concerns that I never thought of before.
Lawrence?
Yeah, my understanding, the way we've always done this is, we can approve it for a first reading, go back and make revisions, and administration takes our comments into that thought process. And maybe they'll include the will, as I said, be and shall, and maybe not when they go back and review it. Then it comes back to us here, and if I'm so hung up on the word will and shall, I can say, I'm not going to approve this for second reading. So I think it's just an evolutionary process. I think administration takes our concerns and then tries to address those in the next reading. If they're addressed, we can approve them for, not approve it for a second reading and kick it back for a third reading and fourth reading. We can beat that horse until, so I think it can. I think I agree with Matt. I mean, in essence, as I said, just there's since I'm not a big fan of if there's a way to say we'll comply with state and federal law, but under a continuous growth model, somehow have that in there. I think, that's my concerns. But to answer your question, I'm fine approving this on first reading. I think we've raised our concerns. I think administration will synthesize that and come back with something that maybe addresses it and maybe doesn't. And if it doesn't, then we vote no, and if it does, we say yeah.
And I think when we do the finals, it'll be second and final or third and final or whatever it is. When it's final, it's going to say final. The motion will say final, correct?
Correct. And so I apologize for not explaining the process better, but that's exactly what happens. And it's why you always do at least 2 readings, and you have before done 3 readings on administrative rule and on policy, because it generates that good, healthy discussion which you want. It throws the policy out there for input from your own constituents, and it allows you reflective time and to learn, and then it gives us work to go back in and address your questions and then bring it back to you. So it's a healthy process.
That's a good point, Scott. Go ahead.
And I'm fully cognizant of that. I just think that, and maybe I'm looking for my personal thing is that I've been making the motion to approve all of these, and everybody, the perception is that I approve, I'm in favor of every one of these. Well, that's not necessarily the process. And then I think we're also, we sit around and there isn't a motion made, and we're kind of waiting. And I'm not saying everybody should make motions, but, it's getting kind of, I don't know. Can I ever say this word, uncomfortable? For me? No. But I mean, I understand that it can be, that that their changes can be made, but we be done by 4 o'clock tomorrow morning?
Carl?
To that note, if maybe before a motion is even made, maybe some of the suggestions should be made and we can move that some of those changes be made before the next reading, or is that appropriate too? I mean, I gotta agree with Scott here that, I kind of was in favor of his motion too, but then you bring up some really good points and now we're already moved and seconded and we're voting and I'm just scared of.
Yeah, and I guess I feel like it's kind of getting blown out more than it needs to be, because the reality is this: we move it and approve it for first reading. Comments that were made before the motion are taken into consideration. Comments that were made after this board meeting, and quite frankly, I may get an email tomorrow morning that says, from a constituent that says, "Are you crazy?" In which case, I'm going to pass that on to administration, say, here's another concern in relation to it. So I'm not, I think it's a pretty fluid motion. We're saying, hey, here's a policy that's addressed this issues, here's our concerns, before the motion, after the motion, tomorrow, next week, and we'll relay them. And we may, a constituent says something to me, and I relay that to Tamara and her assistants, and they go, oh, that just doesn't make sense here. Well, then at the next board meeting, I can go, oh, I thought that was a great idea, and I think it should be in there, and then we have that dialogue again, so.
I agree, and I think Tamara takes into account all our comments, and then when she comes back to the next meeting, she'll have addressed them, and I understand both of your point that does seem kind of final when you're making motions and seconds and approving it, but we're really just approving the draft, the starting point of it.
The dialogue.
Thank you.
Matt, did you have any comments?
Nope.
No, you just like to put your light on?
Just waiting.
All right, I think it's been moved and seconded for the first reading. And so, Darren, call a roll, please.
Sigsveen.
No.
King.
Yes.
Halverson.
Yes.
Lemke.
Yes.
Delorme.
Yes. And I think that was a very good dialogue, because we have so many policies that we're kind of rushing through a little bit, but we're just basically, this is our starting point, but it's a good conversation to have. So I think that's very good comments from everyone. Moving on to item J, policy AAC, non-discrimination and anti-harassment.
I thought it was good dialogue, too. We do read these in-house several times prior to bringing them to the board. The non-discrimination and anti-harassment policy that's proposed, AAC, would replace two other policies, GAAA and JAA. Policies such as AAC are required, but they're also desired. At Bismarck Public Schools, we are committed to maintaining a learning and working environment that's free from discrimination and harassment in all employment and educational programs, in our activities, and in our facilities. And that statement is reflected again in the policy to follow this one. So this is our non-discrimination, anti-harassment policy. My recommendation would be that if it meets the board's approval, that we approve it. On first reading. Mm-hmm.
I'll move that we approve the policy on first reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. Darren, could you call the roll, please?
King.
Yes.
Halverson.
Yes.
Lemke.
Yes.
Sigsveen.
Yes.
Delorme.
Yes. Moving on to item K, policy AACA, section 504, dispute resolution policy.
Policy AACA would replace our current policies IDDA and IDDF-R, which is an administrative rule. A policy like AACA is required, but again, I'll say it's desired. And a section 504 dispute resolution policy explains to constituents what we do at Bismarck Public Schools when there's disagreement about a section 504. A section 504 is protection under the Americans with Disabilities Act, the federal law. And so when parents have students with a lifelong disability, we work in teams with them to try and resolve any questions that might come up through the planning, the 504 planning. However, this policy lets both administration and parents know that we have a dispute resolution. And it redirects them to the district's discrimination and harassment grievance procedure, so there actually is a procedure in place. But in addition to our own local procedure, there is state and federal law. This is an important policy to have.
Yeah.
I like this
President Dorn.
Lawrence.
No.
Oh, I quickly looked at, or I've looked at the other policies, and I didn't see a real good definition or explanation of what Section 504 means besides what you've just told us.
Mhm.
Is there any room in this document where we can kind of expand on, or do we, in another spot, expand on what Section 504 is?
Section 504 is defined in federal law, but we can put it into the policy, or we can at least reference that direct law.
I personally think that might be helpful.
Mhm.
But
I think that's a good point.
It's good feedback.
I'd move that we approve policy AACA, section 504, dispute resolution on first reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, Darren, could you call the roll, please?
Halverson,
Yes.
Lemke,
Yes.
Sagsveen,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Delorme.
Yes. Next is item L, policy ABBA, tobacco-free schools.
We're recommending policy ABBA to replace the policy that the board worked on not so very long ago on tobacco prohibitions. As I read policy ABBA and compared it with our existing policy, I felt that the changes were largely organizational. Policy ABBA is clearer in its titles of sections, such as tobacco prohibitions, responsibility for adhering to the policy, reporting violations, response to violations, and cessation services. And I really felt they were easier to find and more explanatory in nature. This is a recommended policy by the School Board Association. It is very helpful in running the district that we have clarity around tobacco-free schools.
President Dorm,
Yes.
I noticed with this policy recommendation and the Section 504 dispute policy that the new policy would replace the old policy and the rule. Are you going to promulgate or come forward with a rule for these two policies?
We aren't. We would propose that the rule go away because the information is in policy.
Right.
Mhm. It really merged the two in a cleaner, easier to find way.
Scott.
I move that we approve policy ABBA, tobacco-free schools, on first reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, Darren, could you call the roll?
Sagsveen,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Halverson,
Yes.
Lemke,
Yes.
Delorme.
Yes. Item M, policy ABBB, non-curricular use of district property.
Bismarck Public Schools has property available for citizens to use. This policy explains how we go about using it. We already have an existing policy, but policy KG, there are some differences between the two. And the large differences that I saw between the two is that policy ABBB lists specific groups such as Boy Scouts of America or other youth groups that are required to be granted access under federal law. And it also mentions community groups. So there's clarification in ABBB that there's not in KG. In other words, in addition, proposed policy ABBB states the use of facilities shall be without cost to the district. And what that means is the funds that we're given to run a K-12 institution really are for the K-12 education. If another group wants to use our building, they can register and be approved to use it, but we can't spend public education dollars subsidizing someone else's use of the buildings, which is a common sense thing, but it's good to have in policy because from time to time someone will say, well, I'm a large taxpayer and I would like to, use your building on a Saturday, and they don't quite understand why we would charge them to have a cleaner there and a supervisor there on campus. So this is a good policy for us. And we would recommend that if it meets the board's level of satisfaction, that it be approved for first reading.
Carl.
Thanks, President Delorme. I only have one question out of curiosity. Can you explain a little bit further on why the Boy Scouts of America is singled out there and why they're not covered under all groups?
I can't. There might be people around this table who can, but I can find that out for you, Carl. I could take a guess at it, but I'm not going to embarrass myself and guess. I'll find out.
It's probably all right. I think it's just curiosity.
Yeah.
I think everybody's covered, but why they have to be singled out.
I was curious to that too, so maybe you could provide some feedback.
I will do that.
I'd move that we approve policy ABBB, non-curricular use of district property on the first reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
My only quick comment in relation to this access to our kids, we still, access to the school building, we make sure that it doesn't interfere with or disrupt in any way the educational process. So we've got some real time constraint issues on when activities can take place and not. Because when you have access to children's educational time, that's a whole different animal.
Scott?
Yeah, and I can just follow up with that. I was on the original policy when we drew up guidelines for non-school use and everything, and we took into consideration all things, understanding that we want these buildings utilized all the time, but again, we found out that we were spending quite a bit of money because we were paying a lot of the custodial fees at $20-some an hour and things like that, and I think we've got a good policy in place and good guidelines and everything. It's fair and equitable to everybody, but so I think the public needs to know that too, that we're not making a profit on it by any means, but yet we are allowing the public to utilize their facilities.
All right. Any further questions? I believe we have a move and a second, correct? I'm getting a little confused here. All right, Darren, could you call the roll?
King?
Yes.
Alverson?
Yes.
Lemke?
Yes.
Sigsveen?
Yes.
DeLorme?
Yes. Item N, policy ABBDA, political activities.
The proposed policy ABBDA would replace an existing policy GAHB. This proposed policy, much like the GAHB policy, recognizes civic rights of individuals who are employees for the district, but it also clarifies district restrictions on the use of district resources for political purposes as per law. And this is a good policy to have in place because and it's an important and timely one given the legislative session, but it specifically says that as an individual, I have a right to have my political perspective, my civic rights. However, that doesn't give me the right to use any district property or any public paid for buildings, copiers, computers, networks, mailing equipment, supplies, the phone system, school time, school services for political purposes except those that would be authorized by law or that it would get board approval for. So I think it's important to spell that out and to make certain that we are following that policy, which I think we are, but again, it's a good policy to have in place. It
Laura?
doesn't, it doesn't inhibit the teaching of politics and political issues in the classroom.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. I mean, you're still allowed to teach and discuss politics and political issues, and I think that's a good idea. The bottom line is the use of the school delivery system for political purposes is prohibited, and I think that's appropriate, and I would move approval of ABBDA on first reading.
Second that with a question.
All right, Scott, go ahead.
The question is, I know that in the past, for example, probably our music department, our bands and our choirs have sometimes been requested to perform at political functions. And I guess how is that now? Now there's two scenarios. One where it's a volunteer, it's good exposure for the kids, but the other one is I don't know, sometimes they charge for what their services. And how has that been handled? Because I know it has happened in the past, and I would hope that this policy clarifies that so that, because I hear that every once in a while regardless. I haven't heard it in a few years. Maybe this is taken, but it did happen. It has happened before, so.
Well, employees would not be able to use on-duty hours for a political purpose. So you couldn't go and, as an employee, they couldn't go sing for Mrs. X's campaign party
But you said
using
on-
district paid time. So if I'm an advisor and I'm contracted to work with the choir, for example, I wouldn't be able to do that.
But what about at 7 o'clock at night? This is where it came in before, that school music, and I know what happened around the music, they were invited to perform at political functions outside of the school day. How, is that okay? I guess I just want a clarification.
No, if that's a political purpose, like during an election campaign, that wouldn't be allowed. If I were invited to the Capitol to perform and that's all it was, that would be allowed. But for an actual political purpose, like a campaign fundraiser, no.
Or if somebody is, the President of the United States comes to Bismarck.
Right, so that I would not see as a campaigning type activity. But if they were asked to perform for the governor or the president, that would be kosher.
Okay, thank you.
Matt?
President Delorme, where it says use of the school delivery system for political purposes is also prohibited, does that mean like inside mail and email?
It would. So just because I have access to the entire database in the school system, I couldn't send out a, vote for Mrs. X again, or Mr. X. Because that was my personal perspective, I could not use that, no.
So, what about, I forget what I have a laptop, and I take it home. Can I use that for?
It's your own laptop or the school's?
No, school's
No,
laptop.
that's a school owned equipment, so no, you couldn't do that.
Right. So, how do we regulate that?
We don't. People just know that that's a rule and they have to follow the rule. And then if there's a complaint, we investigate it and reprimand based on, if we would find somebody actually doing what rumors said they were.
Okay.
We also would encourage, you encourage civic participation. So if there are groups who would want to rally on their own computer and their own private email, that's their business. As an individual, I have that right. Outside my school day, I wouldn't have the right to use my machine to generate that type of.
Good questions, and I think that's a
They're very good. Mhm.
good point for this policy, because it's, some things you just assume or you don't even really think about it when you're using an email, just to send a quick email to someone and it's politically motivated. Well, this policy tells you that's wrong. That might be not common sense. You'd automatically think of it. So I think it's good to have this policy.
It is. Well-intended people, all of us can get a little bit too casual, and so it is good to have that fence.
All right. I believe we have a move in a second. Keep nodding and reminding me because I'm getting a little fuzzy-minded. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Now, I'm just going back to Mr. Halverson's question about the president. So if the president would come in her capacity or his, and they're not campaigning, that would be appropriate. If the president is coming during election season and campaigning and wants us all to go sing, that would be entirely inappropriate. So it really depends on the purpose. I hope I answered that well.
Yeah, and that has happened. It has happened in Fargo and before, but where it becomes a very difficult thing is, I don't care whether you're Democrat, Republican, or whatever, when the President of the United States comes there, it's good exposure for whether it's a campaign issue or not. But I just want some clarity so that you don't have half the people upset and half the people think it's a wonderful thing. And I know some things you can't have a policy that dictates everything right down the thing, but I've just allowing the opportunity to use some good judgment and sound judgment there to that thing that may come up sometime.
Well, I'm just willing to bet that you would have half who are in support and half who are angry, but the policy is what the policy is.
All right. Darren, will you call the roll, please?
Halverson.
Yes.
Lemke.
Yes.
Sagzine.
Yes.
King.
Yes.
Delorme.
Yes. Item O, policy ACAB, emergency and disaster plans and drills.
This provides a general framework regarding emergency plans and drills. It explains that the threat response and emergency plans are exempt from the open records law. Such policy is not required, but it is recommended. Policy ACAB would replace policies EBBC, GJ. As you open them up, I can tell you our recommendation is that this policy be adopted. We've spent some time on it, our safety officer and Darren and I.
Scott?
And then just for clarification, I think the purpose behind this is with our safety plans and everything like that, if there was a potential intruder or whatever, and everything was laid out in front of them, well, I think it's just like giving them the key to the door. I think, is that the intent?
That's the logic behind the fact that it's one of very few things that aren't subject to the open records law.
And for that purpose?
I would believe for that purpose. And this actually is a nice wraparound of our emergency planning.
Lawrence?
Yeah, and I think our emergency planning has been phenomenal. In May, the overall process that we went through as far as that drill was pretty incredible, and what we learned from that. And I think it is important to have that provision in here. I mean, people, understandably, I think some who are interested in the school board and safety want to have access to that plan, but the reality is, as a parent, you've got to have a balance. If I want to have that in order to make sure I agree with everything, that's fine, that's a good purpose, but what about John Doe over here who wants it because, he wants to know what our plan is so he can respond to it. So I think it's good to exempt it, and I think this is one of those balancing efforts between, parents' rights to know what's going on, or the public's right to know what's going on versus safety issues. And I think safety trumps it here.
Matt?
Has there been a motion yet?
I don't believe so.
I'll move that we approve policy ACAB.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, Darren, could you call the roll?
Lemke,
Yes.
Sigsby,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Halverson,
Yes.
Delorme.
Yes. Moving on to item P, policy ACBA, automated external defibrillators. That's a hard word.
It is, and it's even more difficult if you try click on the AED link. That's just initials for automated external defibrillators. So click on ACBA. We don't have a policy. A policy is required. Very briefly, I'll tell you we had an incident, stories from the field. Someone at Walker's life was saved because there was an AED there several years ago. And then because the district had done training about AEDs, one teacher's spouse dropped at the Civic Center, and because this teacher knew there was an AED in the building, she was able to locate it, and I believe that person's life was saved. So this is required. We are very, very clear about our AEDs. We have a plan in place to maintain and test them. We do want to make certain that we upgrade our training to staff about the AEDs, having heard those stories from the field. So there you go with the policy. I don't know if you need more information about it, but if so, just ask. Otherwise, I'll be quiet.
Lawrence, did you have a question? No? I think this is a very important policy, too. And like you said, if you can even save one life, so very important. Scott?
I move that policy ACBA, automatic external defibrillators, AD, be approved on first reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Matt?
I don't mean to trivialize this policy, but is there a reason why the statute cites is?
There is, and I knew you were going to ask that. So that, unlike the other one the Boy Scout one that I should have, I just ran out of time, but I knew you'd ask about that one as well. This, you will almost never see direct link back to Century Code, but when it's a rare code that's more difficult to find, the School Board Association said, okay, you can put that one in there then.
Okay.
So the all or nothing rule is broken with this.
All right, and it's been moved and seconded, I believe. Darren, correct? Any more comments? Hearing none, could you call the roll, please?
Sigsby,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Halverson,
Yes.
Lemke,
Yes.
Delorme.
Yes. Item Q, policy ACBB, significant contagious diseases.
This policy does a nice job of taking what JGCC, EBF, JBFB, IDBC, and the associated administrative rules have in them and puts it all into one policy. And it really is a sign that good policy was built and then just added onto and added onto and added onto. So this is kind of a do-over on this policy relating to significant contagious disease. Our recommendation is if this policy meets the board's approval, that they approve it upon first reading. We have spent time with it. Darren, as the building operations manager, the safety officer, and then the HR director, because there are some trainings that need to happen. Very briefly, I would tell you that there are universal precautions that we must have in place, that we can't discriminate or harass against someone who has an infectious disease, that we will maintain confidentiality of a student staff member or a contracted employee who has that the people who get to know about that are very limited in number, and the superintendent has to be the official spokesperson. That's not delegatable. And then that we will do reasonable accommodations for students, employees, and contractors. We'll educate our students about infectious diseases. We'll train our staff about infectious diseases, and we will give our independent contractors a brochure letting them know about the potential for infectious diseases in an institutional setting. It's a comprehensive policy, and in my mind, it's a very, very good one.
Matt?
Presume that the definitions in the administrative code reference are long, otherwise they would be in this policy?
Correct.
It'd be my preference to have them in the policy myself, but maybe I'll take a look at the policy in my spare time. I mean, the definition section, and just satisfy myself that they don't need to be included.
Right, that's on our list as well, to see if it could be placed into the policy or not. I appreciate, let me know what you think.
Scott?
I move that policy ACBB, significant contagious diseases, be approved on first reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Lawrence?
Just briefly, when I read that first sentence, and certainly given the headlines of today's day, when it says, "No person shall be denied admission as a student," blah, 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 solely because they have or they are perceived to have a significant contagious disease. Obviously, in my mind, if an individual showed up and had Ebola, we wouldn't admit them as a student. Is there another, and I looked through and I didn't see a specific thing that addressed that, but go ahead.
So we had that very same conversation, and while we would admit them as a student, we wouldn't necessarily admit them to the building. In fact, we wouldn't if we knew they had Ebola. They would be contained, but we still believe we could get education either online or sent to them. But we wouldn't necessarily have them in with the general population. I think that's fair to say. But you can still admit a student without putting them into the general population or even into the building. And then reasonable accommodations will be made. If we couldn't accommodate, we simply couldn't have them there. And that would be one case I could think of where we would say no.
So
Matt?
maybe the word enrolled would be a better word.
What word is in there?
What's that?
Admitted versus enrolled?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Darren, could you call the roll?
King?
Yes.
Halverson?
Yes.
Lemke?
Yes.
Sigsbee?
Yes.
Delorme?
Yes. Moving on to item R, policy HBCC fundraising.
This policy, HBCC, the proposed policy, it's a supplementary policy, so not required, but it is one that we really need in Bismarck Public Schools. Since last spring, we've conducted several meetings with Booster Club representatives to improve fundraising processes, really to protect the individuals who do the fundraising, and then to protect the fundraising effort. The school district activities programs would not run the way they do without the support of Booster Club parents. And Dr. Rodenberg would tell you how vital the PAC or PTOs are at her level. At Dr. Johnson, I think you would repeat that at the secondary level. So we really wanted to get a policy out there that defines what curricular fundraisers are, the co-curricular fundraising, how the reporting has to work, and then fundraising by the non-school sponsored groups. And by that, we really are talking specifically about PTO, PTA, PAC, and booster groups. It seems like it doesn't make sense, but I wanted to make certain those definitions were clear. This, in my mind, is a better policy than the one we have right now.
Carl?
Oh, Lawrence, go ahead.
And I was the board liaison to that booster committee, and I think it's been a tremendous process over the year to kind of provide more structure and formality, and yet to the process and to the differing entities, but not be onerous and still allow people to participate in that fashion. The only question I've got, and I didn't go back and cross-check the terminology we use with the new, I didn't think we had non-school sponsored groups. I think we were using a different type of terminology. And if there was a way to match up that, and a quick backdrop, in essence, there's two different kind of booster entities as far as ones that are specific, separate, 503C something or other, and other ones that are school sponsored, and then there's two categories within there. So, and I thought that made sense. It was a really good document at the end of that. When I read this at first, I wasn't sure if the terminology matched up, and that would be my only comment.
I'll check on it. Yeah.
Maybe it does.
No, I think it doesn't, but I'm gonna I'm gonna check on it. I can see Booster Club. I think it lists Booster Club and PTOs, et cetera. I couldn't say for sure that the term non-school sponsored is in that brochure, but it should be.
Carl?
My question is, President DeLorme, Superintendent Uzelman, my question is about the non-school sponsored groups. I attended some of those as a member of a booster club, and they were great. They were great. They helped us learn what we have to do to cover ourselves and what we should be raising money for, what we shouldn't be raising money for, and it was very helpful. Does this policy then change what a non-school sponsored group can or is supposed to do? For instance, per the district guidelines, all monies raised per district guidelines, and then in the next one we'll look at is the form of that you use to get approval for your fundraising. Do the non-school sponsored groups then go through same guidelines, processes as a school sponsored?
The non-school sponsored will have more leeway than a direct school sponsored, but they go through the same process, yes. And they use the same form.
Okay. So this policy essentially says that a non-school sponsored has to do the same thing as a school sponsored. So if a football club wants to put a raffle on, they have to fill out that form to go to, or whatever the guidelines are, whoever it goes to, they have to do that, whether they have their own tax ID number.
They do. Your question is a really good one. So that group who's putting on a raffle is operating with a connection to Bismarck Public Schools. They're a booster club fundraising for our kids. And so we do want to know what kind of fundraiser they're doing, and we want to know that they've complied with the law as well. We don't want them to find themselves in trouble, and we don't want the district to be put in an awkward place either. So Carl's one step ahead of us. When he's talking about the form that they'd fill out, we would want to know what activity they're planning to do, and then give them feedback. They might still choose to do it, but at least we'll have a heads up. And an example, in some districts, they've run a fundraiser that some members of their community have had tremendous difficulty with. Well, that might be a fine fundraiser in western North Dakota, but you couldn't do it in another part of the state. So having a heads up about what they're planning is useful in supporting them.
Lawrence?
And two quick follow-ups in relation to that. My understanding is also that even if you're a separate entity, because you're in essence working under that umbrella, or certainly with that designation, that while we may not, you may have a separate bank account and all of that, you're still required under the new policy to report or provide access to that information to the school district on that thing. So it allows that financial oversight without, us being in there mixing around in relation to that. And one other quick comment I'll make in relation to that form, approving that, it does have to approve or abide by all our internal policies, including the health policy, but I remember at the meeting, somebody said, you mean we can't sell pizza corner pizzas? And that's not the case in relation to that, given where they were selling them and everything else. So there was a tremendous amount of concern that we were taking away that fundraising ability, and we weren't.
We weren't. No desire to take away their fundraising ability.
Carl?
Additional follow-up question. I got a lot of questions on this. The reporting of the monies then. So now you're required, this policy would require the private or the non-school sponsored groups to then show some sort of financial documentation of what's raised, how much they have in their account, what they, that's what this policy does.
Well, the district guidelines do that. They'll say back to the booster group, make certain your membership is aware of how you're expending your funds, and that the activities director can have access to that information as well. Mm-hmm.
If you're already reporting to your membership, what would be the use of it at the activities director level? What would we do that with that as a school board or as a school district?
Well, I think the activities director would like to know what the fundraising effort is and what it goes toward. The activities director might want to reach back out to the booster group and say, would you consider sponsoring X, Y, or Z on the school district side? So it's more a communication vehicle than anything. There's no clout power from one direction or the other. I think the questions that arise have to do with how our funds spent and who, is there full club awareness of how funds are spent. There's also limitations on what a district coach can do with a booster club. They can't own the booster club account. And I don't think in very many cases that has ever happened, but I don't know if that provides the feedback you're looking for, Carl. It's more of a transparency effort, I think, than anything else, if I'm remembering Dr. Hausler correctly.
I just wonder if it doesn't, and we can just move on with it, but after it, I just want to make one more point, is that, let's just say one club has a really good few years, they have a great parent group or whatever they have, and they're able to really make some money, and the team is doing real well, I mean, there's getting, I don't want to say team, any extracurricular activity, but then another group now has access to, or they see what you've raised. They see how this club is raised, and then they see too that maybe there was an expenditure for that group that already does well at fundraising. And so the other group that doesn't do well at fundraising but still doesn't get an appropriation, then they might have to say, why'd you give them their money? They raise a lot of money. And I don't know if that will come up, but I guess that's just some of the things when you start telling the private, or I say private, non-sponsored, just a concern of mine.
Yep, I don't, I can tell you, I hear you. I don't know if I have an answer to the concern, or I don't even know if you've asked a question about it, but I think that is a potential unintended consequence that could happen.
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting point. I hadn't processed it through. I can tell you, having been at all of those meetings, I didn't, in any instance, see a competitive, let's figure out their processes or secrets in order to make it. I felt it was a much more, everyone was, at least at those meetings, on board and on page, saying, what can we all do for all of our kids? So I hadn't thought that process through. I just am saying I didn't hear anything in those conversations that suggested it then.
Yeah. And at the meeting too, just to kind of address that a little bit too, at those meetings, I'm not sure that everybody understood that that this is what's going to happen. I came out of those meetings myself thinking that the group that I represented, that we were going to be able to still do things the way we had done, and the reporting wasn't going to be as much, or that we had to report our finances back, that we did need to communicate, but I wasn't aware of the finance part of it.
And so that's not in this policy, but it would be in the district guidelines piece in the brochure that the finances are available to the membership. Right, but there is that upon request, the activities director can have a look at the finances. Yeah, there is that piece. I think your concern, if I heard it right in your discussion, was then would one group get less district resources allocated? That was never part of the paradigm, and I don't think it would float well either. I think they'd be treated the same. But your question's a good one, Mr. Lemke, and I'll have a discussion with Dr. Hausler about that.
Thanks for the prolonged discussion.
I don't think we have a motion. Yes.
We are.
I would recommend that we approve policy HBCC fundraising on first reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Further discussion? Hearing none. Darren, could you call a roll?
Halverson.
Yes.
Lemke.
No.
Segvin.
Yes.
King.
Yes.
Delorme.
Yes. Item S, Exhibit HBCC-E, approval form for fundraising activities.
This is what'll come out with the administrative rule that goes with this policy. Should the board adopt it, it lets you see that the information that would come in regarding a fundraising activity, it's pretty brief. The way policy sits now, the building administrator approves or doesn't approve those school-sponsored fundraisers. If she or he doesn't approve, there's a reason for denial. The superintendent's signature just indicates that I've read that and I know what's going on. Those things autofill into a Google spreadsheet because we're supposed to track and report to the board fundraisers or have that information available should the board wish to take a look at fundraising. This, if you compare the two, I think they're very similar. One just is a hand form and one is a Google Doc form.
The last policy item on the agenda, just to let everyone know, there is an end. We just drove away a lost audience member, but we're getting to the end. Any comments?
This is just feedback you can give me. I did hear Mr. Lemke's feedback, and I appreciate that, so I'll take that seriously and have my conversation with Dr. Hausler. I don't know if there's additional feedback from the board.
I have a question about this form, but I'll follow up. I think it's important to be as transparent as we can to both groups of individuals who are raising money so that everyone knows exactly what we're asking of them. And it's not totally clear to me when I read that what obligations we're placing upon on those groups. So anyway, in the form it says, if yes, describe student activity and supervision, validate parental notification. What are we requiring for validation?
I believe that when the elementary students are involved in fundraising outside the school day, we want the parents to know that that's what their children have been asked to do.
So what does the form ask for validation? I just don't, maybe I don't understand that sentence.
We're talking about the new form?
Yeah, under description of fundraising activity, the last column, the last row there, if yes.
Oh, right. Is there proposed involvement by students? I want to know, as a superintendent, what we're asking kids to do, just to make certain that we're not putting them in, if I see something that sounds risky to me, I'm going to find out more information about it and know that there's adequate supervision.
So they just say yes.
Yes, and then they would describe it. So shooting clay pigeons, I would like to know that there's adequate supervision when they have that fundraiser going on, which I'm sure there is, but it just gives, when someone fills out this form, it just makes them very aware of the responsibility they're taking on with kids.
Yeah, actually, I know to shoot out at a range east of town, you would need to sign a waiver form just to participate.
Scott?
Now, this probably goes back to the one previously, but the two are tied together. Does this policy cover all entities that, or any group or organization that raises money outside of the district that goes back to the district for projects in classrooms? Does this include every fundraising organization out there, that they have to follow this, every organization?
It would. So if I were doing a Jeans Day fundraiser in my building, I would fill out this form and state that's what I'm asking money for.
I'm not talking specifically ones that are student-led. I'm talking about outside entities that raise money for the school district. And we get back in the form of grants, or they just allocate it to us.
Sure, you mean like the Apple Dash for the foundation?
Yeah.
That would be an example. We would ask them to let us know that, officially know that that was taking place.
Okay, so this policy covers that.
It addresses that, right?
Okay, so it covers every agency, outside agency that raises money. I just want clarification on
So
that.
when that agency comes in to either a building or the district, we would ask them to fill this out. Am I missing something?
Well, you're talking about, and this just deals with activities, right, to raise money. It doesn't necessarily deal with entities that solicit
Right, but you'll have a
money.
solicitation policy that deals with them.
With solicitation
Right.
of funding. Okay, so there is two separate things here. This one deals with fundraisers out there, like you said, the Apple
Right.
Dash or Jeans Day or whatever. But there's a separate policy that deals with soliciting
Right.
funds.
They're-
Okay,
They're not supposed to.
thank
But-
you.
Matt?
So I would have liked to sit in on some of these meetings. So if, what I'm seeing is when a group comes in and leverages the location, like we're allowing them to come in and raise money in a football field in the stands. There's an expectation that this guideline explains, which is a reporting expectation. Am I correct?
Right.
So, but what if the groups are outside of our facilities and don't leverage that location to raise money? There's a couple variables to make it more complicated, but on behalf of, Century High School, or on behalf of, the Century High School football team, it
They
gets
would be
much more complicated to me when that starts happening.
As soon as you said Century High School, they would be obligated to fill out this form. Now, if it's Bob's Car Wash that leases the football field for some purpose that has nothing to do with us, they would fill out the building use form, but not this.
Lawrence?
Go ahead.
Yeah, if I can just jump in there some. This, I feel like I'm part of the problem for creating this. It's a good dialogue, but this fundraising code addresses parts of and overlaps the booster issue, but there's a lot of parts of the booster issue that is not directly addressed by here. And so I think what I did is I took a comment on the one thing, I meshed it in here, and we're trying to make these two things fit when they really are two different animals. So I apologize for that. I think it, the booster club issue and policy is a more is a broader issue that addresses other things that maybe some kind of report at some point might be helpful just for board members. But I feel like I've kind of interjected that in here when this is a more specific policy, and confused the matter, but it's that night of confusion, so I thought, what the heck, I'm jumping in.
All right, any more comments or suggestions for superintendent? Hearing none, I think you have guidance on
Think so.
what's been recommended.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, moving on to item T, award proposal for program improvement.
So I'll give you the background. The No Child Left Behind Act, which we've talked about tonight, of 2001, and the North Dakota Accountability Plan outlined district restructuring requirements. Those requirements kick into place when a district hasn't made adequate yearly progress and is in what's called program improvement for a fifth consecutive year or year 3 of program improvement. Bismarck Public Schools is currently in the alternate governance phase of program improvement. Alternate governance options in North Dakota consist of these things: either to defer administrative funds to program improvement schools, to offer a signing bonus, believing that you could get different teachers in, is that right? Oh, North Dakota does not allow that. I'm sorry, Fran, I thought it said they did. It's listed, but they don't allow it. Okay, and nor do I think it would make a help. This is not a teacher issue in my mind. Offer school choice across district boundaries. We do that, but when our schools are full, we can't move people out of their neighborhood school to another school that's full. To contract with an outside expert or another form of major restructuring. This is something that was brought up tonight as a question for the board, and it sits here on the agenda. Our school district is recommending that we contract with outside experts, which is one of the choices that we can do, and in my mind, the best choice on the list. In order to do a contract with people that we have worked with, first, we believe that contracting with these people will help build capacity within. It will help us understand and work through the growth model, with the hope that as each student grows, then the scores across the district would grow. However, when we go out to seek help like this, we do know under Century Code that we need to go out for bid. And so we did go out to bid for programs that are related to project-based learning and for cultivating leadership and improving instruction through the use of instructional coaching. The district received only one bid from the Buck Institute for Education for the project-based learning and received one bid from Performance Learning Systems for cultivating leadership and improving instruction. These are two vendors that we know very well. So long story short, our recommendation is that these federal funds, which we're required to expend under the Federal No Child Left Behind Act, be used in this capacity.
Scott.
Just a clarification here. Now, the funding for this is federal funds that we get. This is, and they have to go for one of the choice that we make, correct?
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
Second question is, and maybe, but you said our district has chosen to contract with outside experts for program improvement. And I don't know if should have been a board decision or what. And maybe previously we did approve something like that. I don't know, but you said recommend tonight.
Right.
And I think this is causing some consternation out there too with people as it's chosen to contract. Well, should we have been involved in this decision or looked at the other options and then the decision been made, or is this should have been recommend?
Well, I think that certainly the board should weigh in on this. In the history, the federal title monies have been held inside an administrative portfolio, and in, I think it's July, the board assigns people to specific programs, one of them being the federal title monies. So historically, when it's in someone's portfolio, they'll do the work that's required. However, when Darren came on as business operations manager, And we had a discussion with a constituent about making certain that we're very careful to honor that $25,000 limit in century code. Then these things are coming to the board for approval strictly because of century code. The board hasn't deliberated deeply into specific curricular and professional development programs before, Scott. That's not to say they couldn't, but they hadn't. But I want to be real clear that the reason it's sitting out here tonight is simply because of the century code requirement for 25,000.
And I'm not saying delving into curriculum and things like that. What I'm looking at is, okay, the options: offer school choice across boundaries, or contract with an outside expert, which indicated that that's what you've chosen, or program improvements, schools, and offering a signing bonus. We can't do that, obviously. I'm just saying those choices. The last thing we
Oh,
want to do
I'm sorry, I misheard you.
those
Thank
are
you.
the things. I'm not looking at us getting involved with the curriculum or anything like that, of choosing the proper curriculum. I'm just looking at the choices that we had, and
Dr.
the
Rodenberg,
fact
I
that,
think, can address.
you know,
I can maybe address this since I have the portfolio for, this is actually a blended funding opportunity. And I do want to say that actually, because we've been in program improvement for a number of years, we've actually gotten to the point where the 10% set aside off the top is now optional. And so, I mean, these are federal funds. We actually can't offer the signing bonus. We do offer school choice, so we're already doing that. Where we can, we offer that. And we have looked at several major forms of restructuring already. For example, we just went through the K through 5s, 6, 8, 9, 12 restructuring. We also have been adding the piece of instructional coaches as a way to restructure. We've had new leadership in many cases, and so those are the types of things that are covered under the restructuring. So the only ones that we haven't done there, it would be to refer the administrative funds to program improvement. And quite honestly, we feel fortunate to be able to use the 10% set aside off the top for professional development, because this is professional development that we have actually been working on for 2 to 3 years. And so if we had not been able to use the Title I or the Title II, the 10% off the top, it allows you to use it for everybody, whether you're a Title I school or not. And so we actually, quite honestly, that's why it's fairly easy to come to that place where you're contracting with an outside expert, because we are, we've already looked at restructuring. We have restructured. We offer school choice. We can't offer signing bonus. I don't know if that makes sense. But that's, and we actually feel that it's a benefit. We could have waived that and then just reallocated those dollars out to the building, but this is one way that we can provide staff development to everyone in the district in areas that clearly go along with the work that we've done in terms of listening sessions where students, teachers, administrators, the surveys, the mission vision that we recently collectively have worked on in terms of moving to learners who are really skilled up in the 21st century, the communication, the critical thinking, creativity, those aspects. And so I hope that makes sense. And really, the only reason we are here is, as Superintendent Usman said, is that we have trying to abide, obviously, with the 25,000 bid, that this is certainly over 25,000, and so it needs to go through the process, and we only had the 2 people that submitted.
And that answers my question, and I thought that, but I think that's good that it was clarified, and it helps people understand where that came from. And like I indicated one other time when you came in with, how important this is, I believe you had indicated after our testing that we went up just about, and it could be an anomaly, but just about in every area, in just about every grade level and things like that earlier or last spring when you gave us a report. And I think there's a direct correlation between that and staff development. And that's where the bang for the buck is. And I think there's legitimate concerns out there. And I had those as an educator for a number of years too. We pump a lot of money into this, but what are the results? Is it going to be something out there that sounds good, sounds really professional? But I think that was I think that's important to clarify that, and yeah, that's good, thank you.
Lawrence?
Just real briefly, if you can tell me, yeah, I think it's important to clarify because they've called this the project-based learning, and we use project-based learning around here a great deal. And I assume that this is a specific program that's developed in here in relation to, and if you can just briefly comment on that so the people in the public aren't, because we've been a big proponent of project-based learning for a long time, and I don't want the two items to get confused.
This is the project-based learning with the Buck Institute, and it wraps itself around 8 essential components, making sure that we're looking at student voice and choice and authentic audience, a real task, so that they can apply their critical thinking and creativity to actually solving an authentic problem or creating a project or product of service to an authentic audience. I'm trying to think how the 4 C's have been wrapped around it. And those are the communication, collaboration, those are the pieces that we talked about in our mission and vision.
I think I could add the question about project-based learning has been around for a long time. I would have used that when I was in the classroom, and it's been a while since I was in the classroom. I think you would hear, people like Dale Haroff talk about it at the Career Academy for some time, that it is really the kinds of learning that's hands-on, minds-on, and it has an authentic audience outside just the teacher. And the teacher helps facilitate that to be a broader, more public audience.
I'd also maybe chime in that there's a variety of ways which project-based learning can be approached. So thinking about that in terms of continuum, I believe in my short term here so far in Bismarck that when we say project-based learning, we are not saying the exclusion of knowledge and skills.
Right.
We have very explicit knowledge and skills taught. Not everything is just learned through a constructivist model that might be associated with a purist of project-based learning, but rather that we know that you can approach skills and knowledge that can be learned as the process as you go through a project. And there's a lot of excitement, personal choice, as you mentioned, some of those things as students strive for that. But you can also build a foundation and of knowledge, skill, understanding. But when we want students to see how it operates and functions in the real world, civic duty, how it really is to influence and impact political advertisements or political campaigning. We've done, as Superintendent Usselman said, we've done many of this for many years, but it's just trying to make it more purposeful versus accidental, or how do I refine that? I had intended for this project to take higher order thinking to this level, and I kind of missed the boat. So it gives a structured way where teachers can bring projects, refine their driving questions, really try and hook it to the academic standards and those outcomes that we want for all students. And I think that it's a way of creating engagement. And as you referenced some of the data, I think as we can better hook students into love of learning, as our English teachers talked about, we're growing readers like crazy. It's the same thing. We want to grow learners that are passionate. It's a tool that is used in conjunction with other good pedagogy.
Wait, President DeLorme, can I just address one thing while it's still in my brain? And Mr. Halverson, you asked when we've talked about particularly the performance learning systems before. And it took me a while to remember, but I remember having kind of the same conversation when Mr. Marquardt was on the board. So it's been back when Steve was here. And he had the same type of questions. He said, there is that kind of scrutiny. We do need to know what that means. We need to know how these professional development dollars are working. So anyway, that was maybe the time we had the last real public conversation about it, and I think it's appropriate to have it here.
Matt, did you have a comment?
No.
I just got one thing to add too, and I think one thing that's, to me, I know that at least I haven't heard a lot of criticism on, that I think is just a prime example of project-based learning, is our STEM education. In science, I mean, I see just glowing reports on national level and everything like that, that this has really had some profound success with students and learning. And I think the whole basis for STEM education, a lot of it is project-based learning. And again, like you said, I'm not going to reiterate, but you got your basic foundation, and how you use that in your pedagogy is, do you?
Carl?
Thanks, President DeLorme. My question would just be along what Scott had talked about, the bang for the buck. Do you have some information that we can, that, I wasn't privy to that. So last year, I think you chose a similar program or whatever it was, and then can you tell me how that affected our score?
Right, do you want me to do more of a qualitative summary now, or do you want me to come back with some data about how many people were trained and?
Yeah, probably come back with some data then, I guess. That would really help me to see. I'm not denying that it was effective, but I wasn't on the board, and it would be nice to see, that money went to this, and maybe also, this is project-based learning, and I can see how it's really encompassing over a lot of different things, and I'm learning about that a little bit too. But are there other things too that you have looked at and not recommended that maybe could get even more results than you potentially had already? Maybe that's a question for right now.
I mean, I can answer that one quickly. If there were, we'd be proposing that. But I think your question is fair, how many other programs are looked at. And we can do a summary of that pretty well. I think but we'd be better off maybe putting it into a chart than.
Yeah, and I would just say that we really did host a number of listening sessions with students, administrators, teachers. We've surveyed parents. We've talked about how do we move the learning of the standards from that knowledge and maybe just understanding level to the knowing, doing, and being able to move it up. In education world, we call it the blooms, where they're applying their learning. And yes, there are a number of pieces out there, but this is largely in response to really thinking about what do people want for outcomes for students in terms of outcomes and results, and this is one of the many models that we looked at.
I would just also add that we've been talking about the project-based learning. There's also the component with PLS Third Learning. Both the Buck Institute and PLS Third Learning have a focus, especially the latter part, on leadership. And so we're trying to develop the capacity of leadership data, which we could talk about. Research studies of studies show that beyond the classroom teacher, a large impact is school leadership. So we continue to see what is the role of an educational leader principal within the classroom, supporting teaching and learning, and looking for those elements to allocate resources to support students in the classroom. The other thing that I would say is sometimes we look at the Career Academy of Specialties, and it can be done in the classroom. Journalism is essentially a project-based learning class. They have a product that they're trying to produce with a real audience. At the beginning of the year, Mr. Madler from Century High School presented on the work that they were going out in the community with Market Horizons. That's an example where students are not only taking the theoretical, how do we keep books and such like that, but they're actually putting it into practice. So there's many, I think, tangible things that we can put our hats on, and other places where we're always looking to improve.
Scott?
I move that we award the project-based learning to the Buck Institute for Education in the amount of $123,850 and reward the work towards cultivating leadership and improving instruction to PLS Third Learning in the amount of $101,250.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. Darren, could you call a roll?
Lemke,
Yes.
Sigsbee,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Halverson,
Yes.
DeLorme.
Yes. Item U, 2014-2015 Superintendent District Goals.
I don't want to exhaust the board, and I think we're maybe reaching that point. So I will say on these goals, they're just brought to the board tonight, not for adoption, but for the board to have a chance to review give some feedback to administration, and then have us bring them back to you with specific measures or indicators like Mr. Lemke was mentioning before. And so we have some student achievement goals sitting out there. There are 3 of them. A policy governance board, which is what you were working on for a long time when you went through policy. We have physical plant goals, from equity to safety to demography, and the impact that'll have on the need for expansion, for example, potentially at Liberty, of remodeling space, of new space, et cetera. We have financial stewardship goals, and I think we've talked about every category tonight. So I'd like to just touch on financial stewardship goals. One of the things left by Advance Ed was resource allocation. Make certain we have a resource allocation plan, so that is one of our goals to bring back to you. We have the fundraising goal in order to protect our booster clubs and PTOs and PACs and keep good relationships with them, make certain nobody in those groups finds themselves in violation of a code or a rule. We, number 3 asks us to continue to evaluate efficiencies to maximize resources allocated and to identify potential cost-saving measures. It's not lost on us when we have our public tax meeting, how accountable we are to the public. And so we, in listening, want to make certain we have a very transparent process that the board is aware of, to keep continually building trust with the board and the public about how we go about going through budget to make certain we have a return on investment for the dollars spent, even, for example, on professional development. So we do plan to have a goal dedicated directly to that. We don't take that trust lightly. We have a goal about data, and we've heard some things about data mining and the use of data. And so that number 4 really gets at an innovation process where we're very careful with data, that we use assessment properly and human systems properly. We then have professional development goals. I think we've talked about a number of those tonight. Curriculum development goals, I would point out an updated curriculum cycle and curriculum study process so that the board does feel in the loop about what are the curriculum and professional development initiatives that are going on in the district, so you're aware of that. I see that there's a typo in B on the second page. I'll take care of that. And then that we get these goals on a chart of some kind so you can see a couple times a year, up to 4 times a year, how are we progressing on the goals that are in front of the executive team, the administrative team, the teachers, the kids, and the district. So I won't walk through it step by step. I would invite you to offer me any feedback about the goals.
Matt.
President Delorme, thanks, Superintendent Uzelman. When I was reading this, I was thinking to myself that all of these ideas look perfectly good, but I started thinking about it more, and I was, I don't mean to belabor this, I know it's late, but it caused me to think that, for the first time ever actually, that maybe we might want to focus on expanding these into a strategic plan with some more quantitative measures in addition to the qualitative goals and ideas that are expressed in this document. And I know some school districts have multi-year strategic plans where they track quantitative goals like ACT scores or reading scores or things like that. And I'm just throwing it out there that maybe not necessarily for this year. We're already, almost halfway into our first quarter, but how we transform this into kind of, it's continuous improvement, but it's with a quantitative goal or idea. And so, Superintendent Uzelman, do you have?
Well, I think the idea of using it in a strategic plan makes some sense. We have the balanced scorecard process, which I would like to keep because it's what is known best internally. To abandon that would cause a lot of hardship because we just really are operationalizing it pretty well. But the value of a strategic planning session, I think, would be to have more a broader based look at these goals. I also think that it would help us to kind of get them in order and get the measures applied. The one thing I really agree with, other than if we do it, it should be a balanced scorecard process, is it would be good to do that in June for 15, 16, to stop and redo a strategic plan. This deep in the school year could be done, but it would slow us down.
President Delorme, I just have a follow-up to that. I think it would be helpful for us to understand how the balanced scorecard can be used in that process. Like you mentioned reporting requirements, whether or not it's, I don't know, is it annual or semi-annual reporting requirements, and then what you would envision, maybe not necessarily right now for this meeting, but at some meeting in the future, to get us ready for this process and what our expectations should be, and give us ideas on recommendations we can make, I think would be helpful to me, at least.
Scott?
Yeah, I concur. I would be a little concerned, I don't say concerned, but when we get into strategic plans, and I've been involved, I think, in 4 of them in our district ever since I've been here, and unfortunately 3 of them went on the shelf right afterwards. But I think and I don't want to put words in your mouth, Matt, but are you talking more from a strategic plan for our purpose, more so than because the balanced scorecard is there, and the hours that was put into the balanced scorecard and the reflection, I think the teachers and the administrators and everybody is pretty cognizant of the direction. But are you saying that, okay, here's these goals and everything, what is our responsibility and our plan as a strategic plan to carry these out as a board? Or are you talking more of a district-wide strategic plan?
Well, I think it's district-wide, and definitely in that these are our goals. The district will report back on how they're being implemented, whether or not qualitatively or quantitatively. And then we'll talk about, well, we're not meeting this goal and why it's not happening, and efforts that we can devise to try to meet that goal.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, assessments. Are all the assessments working? Yes, we review assessments on an annual basis to determine whether or not they're all appropriate, and we've reviewed them all, and actually for example, maybe we've decided we're not going to use this one anymore because we don't think it's effective or whatever. I think it's helpful for the board, for me as a board member, and maybe the public, to understand that process is always happening, and it's a transparent process through a strategic plan.
Yeah, and I concur. I think it was just a little bit my definition right away when I hear strategic plan, and we've done a lot of them now, and I agree with what you're saying there. It's more of an evaluation almost of what our goals are and where we're at in the process, and streamlining and things like that. Yeah.
Well, and I typically think that strategic plans do get put on the shelves, and I just have a couple more comments, President Delorme, but I think and to some extent, maybe our balanced scorecard has been set aside while we kind of finish out some of these projects. I'm just speaking for myself, but we don't talk about it very much, and so I think it would be effective for me as a board member if that can be packaged into a little more formal process, whether or not you call it a strategic plan or whatever label we come up with it. But that's just my 2 cents on that.
I agree.
Carl?
Thank you, President Delorme, and I also would agree. I think it's worth exploring further, and strategic planning would be a neat piece to add on to what we're already doing or what you're already doing, and might even take us a little bit further, do a better job than you're already doing. So, but it's worth exploring for sure, and I'd like to see that.
I'm happy to. I can put that on a later spring agenda so that we have an opportunity to come back and discuss it for potential June strategic planning. If that's the wishes of the board, I'm happy to do that.
I think that's a good idea. All right. Moving on to item 9, discussion items, NDSBA resolutions.
I just attached the School Board Association resolutions to, you all had them in the mail, and I just wanted to make certain that you had them available here if the board wished to have a discussion about any of them. We have the North Dakota State Standards, the costs associated with English language learners, the early childhood, etc.
Scott?
And just for information, we are, because of the size of our district, all 5 of us are voting delegates, and that doesn't happen throughout the state. There's some school boards, because of their size, they probably only got 1 voting delegate. So at the assembly meeting, we will all be able to cast votes as individuals, but yet as a board. But I would think that if there's something, a problem here or whatever, concern with any of these, that I don't know if we want to bring it up, but I just wanted you to know that we do vote on, as a board on each one of these, because we are all voting delegates.
Good information. Lawrence?
Yep, and if there are questions, I sit on the Government Affairs Committee resolutions report that went through this process, so if there's particular questions in relation to, I may be able to provide some insight, but I may not. That was a while ago, and it's late.
All right. Moving on to item B, board member school visits.
School board members went on visits, and I put that on there in case you wish to have discussion about your specific visits.
Any board members?
Yeah, I've been on several. I guess I'm not going to right now, just given the hour, but I would request that this item stay on there so that as we go throughout the year, we can go ahead and pick one each time, or each person can do one, or just as it goes forward. So I think it's a great idea. I like it.
Good point. Anyone that would like to share their visits? Carl?
It is late, so I'll just make mine brief, but I was just excited about my visits, and it was cool. It was really neat to go to the schools, and I did make a mistake. I told President DeLorme that I had finished my visits, and however, I didn't. So I've done 4 of the 6, and I really have to shout out to Principal Olban, Principal Rook at Northridge, Principal Olban at Roosevelt and Highland Acres, Principal Swanson at Lincoln, and then Principal Madler at Century. All 4 of those people reached out to me before I had a chance to reach to them, and that really helps me a lot, and I was very happy that they were willing to take the time and really make the time to do that. These folks, these principals and their staffs are the captains and the people that are really making things happen, and some of the energy that you see, and I don't know if they're just putting on a show for a school board member, but I doubt that. But in any case, it was exciting to see their enthusiasm and some of the things that I got to learn personally that will help me here in this room and when we do our work here. Everybody's doing a great job, and they're doing a great job for our Bismarck kids. A lot of pitching in, a lot of extra things being done. And aside from that, I'll leave it at that, other than there's a lot of little minute details that I got to learn about that will help us here. So.
Very good, and I think it is good that you have the enthusiasm and are excited about it, because we all should be excited. Scott?
Yeah, and I got to give a shout out to the principals too, because it was within 2 days that I was contacted, because I think a few years ago I probably complained. So boy, they're right on the ball now, and I got a couple left, but I'm just amazed being an old educator, or an educator that's old, I don't know, either one of the two, when I walk into the classrooms, and that's what I love most about it, is going into the classrooms and look at the learning. It's totally different. And it's so much better. I see so many more engaged students instead of that guy sitting up in the front and probably talking about myself with the over transparencies for 6 years and sit, get, spit, and forget type of method. And it's just fun to see the active learning and the students engaged and everything like that. And utilizing things like essential questions, standards, and things like that. Kids know what's going on, what's expected of them, and that's fascinating.
Thank you, Scott. And I like Lawrence's suggestion to continue to have this on the agenda, and I have one more school to visit, so I'll probably wait to address mine, but each board meeting, anybody who would like to address it can do that.
I'll keep it on the agenda, thank you.
All right, item 10, general information, post-Labor Day start from NDHSAA.
The NDHSAA has a position statement regarding Measure 8, the proposed mandatory post-Labor Day start of school, and I've attached it to the board agenda so that you're aware of the position. I know that the school board itself doesn't have a position, but the High School Activities Association does, and it may be something that constituents are interested in or board members.
Lawrence.
You know, the North Dakota High School Activities Association has sent this letter which points out that they are under contract, you know, for 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 6 years for venues and events, and they're not going to be able to change some of those times on a school start. So school may start later, but the activities are going to go forward at a particular time, is the way I read that press release. And so I think it's important for people to review that and consider that. In that process of mandating an after Labor Day start, there's going to be a lot of unintended consequences, in my opinion, in relation to that. And again, although we're not taking a position as a board in relation to that, I still believe that allowing us the flexibility to review and pick the best start date is local control at its best.
And I agree with Lawrence. I just think it's important to get this information out there and let people know what opinions are about it. And, you know, basically when we look at the start date, we get input from everyone, teachers, staff, students, taxpayers. So having that local control is a good thing, but obviously as a board, we don't take a formal stance. So moving on to the next item, Fine Arts Newsletter.
I think it's important to include the Fine Arts newsletter when we receive it in the district. It just is good communication about the state of the arts, so I invite people to peruse that letter.
Thank you very much. That's very good information. Item C, Head Start Policy Council and Board Reports.
The Bismarck Public School Board is the governing board for Head Start, and the Head Start Policy Council is their local group who shares information up to the school board, and attachments 1 and 2 let you know what's going on in Head Start, in case that's not a building or a program assigned in your portfolio.
And that is my building that I just visited, so they do a really good job there, and sitting in on the classes was really fun, and that's basically the funnest part of our visits. So, Carl?
Anything that in that report that stands out that that we should really be aware of? I mean, I read it.
Well, I think there are a couple of things. One thing that I always pay attention to is if there are any students who are on the waiting list. I think that's significant. I also think it's important to know that the Head Start group has worked through a federal audit and worked through some, I think they had 2 conflicts on the federal audit side. So the Head Start group, you know, is competitive in the funding now, and they have to submit an application for it. Those are probably the 2 biggest things that I would note in the report.
And that's going all right with those 2 areas?
It is. They were compliance measures and they were corrected. And I agree with Heidi that it's a pretty fine program. I'm not very worried about being in a competitive stance for it because it's extraordinary what gets done there.
All right. If there's nothing else for the good of the order, meeting adjourned.
Thank you.